Hello. I'm back. I'm back. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, this thing. Oh, oh no. Dude, everything's falling apart. So I moved my printer finally. It's no longer here, right? It's actually in front of there. A lot of things have changed, right? I got an unexpected phone call. I'm in trouble. Ooh, I'm serious. I'm not. I do want to finish the PowerPoint. By tomorrow. Unfortunately, I had to read a little bit into it because right now I'm like ready to unwind down, and it's not time for reading. I'll be honest. It's a no time for me to read, right? Because like guys, even right now I feel tired. I began starting streaming, and I'm gonna tell you guys I'm tired. Like I don't know because of the 12-hour stream yesterday, I was tired. Today I'm streaming some more. Right? I'm back. I'm gonna be waiting for a response. Um, like actually, from somebody. So there's that, right? Dude, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, where is this cross? Hmm, there is no cross here. I'm also think it's like actually here though. I don't know why. That's besides the point. I'm like a little tired, right? A little bit. I didn't see shit, right? Cool. Everything just turns darker for whatever reason. Come back. This is my costume, right? Deep fried. And yeah. Let's see what we can do. We're just gonna react to videos, whatever it is. Today's supposed to be the Halloween stream. I lost 20 minutes of my day already. That I won't be back. Coming back, right? And I am gonna end that one, and I am gonna. Anyhow, let's just see whatever the heck else we have here. Let's watch this one.
After just
Mrs. Top Fives and I have been hard at work on this channel since we started in 2014.
Oh my
We never
god.
could have dreamed of what it has become. We now have multiple channels that range from topics we have always personally found interesting.
He
Topics
has a
that encompass
wife?
our original channel, the Top Fives channel.
I didn't
One
know
of those
that.
topics is space. If we're not looking up at the night
Oh my
sky
God.
to hunt for UFOs, we're looking up to gaze at the stars and encouraging
yeah, we're
others to do
starting.
the same. With this deep personal interest in astronomy, we wanted to further expand on that. That is why we created Access Astronomy. Each week we discuss everything from black holes to space phenomena in depth. And each week we will leave you both more knowledgeable and quite frankly
Why is
a
this
little more
dark? Why did
terrified
you just do
of
that?
the wondrous world of space. So if you enjoy the following video, then
Okay,
you
I'll
will
just keep it like
absolutely
this.
love what we cover on
Not that
Access
bad.
Astronomy. We'll see you there.
Let me check fast if I have gotten a notification.
As
Probably
it's the
no.
month of Halloween, we thought we would give our viewers a few creepy facts about space and the terrifying possibilities that are posed to us here on Earth. To say that the never-ending astrological plane we have come to know as space is both beautiful and frightening in equal measure is an understatement, to say the least. There are numerous factors within this cosmological vista and so much more to learn from the momentous works of NASA, telescopic engineers and scientists from the past and present that one should not dismiss the importance of what is out there. Likewise, when we look to the stars, via satellites, telescopes, or with the naked eye, there is definitely something sinister and intensely overpowering about this infinite area that even the most prolific of astronomers are unable to comprehend. So let us begin this Halloween episode of Access Astronomy with a few hauntingly scary facts about space. We start with the concept that space itself is in fact
By the way, I am listening to
silent.
this. I'm just texting fast.
We all know the feeling of lying in our beds at night, when that awkward, threatening silence encompasses our body
Yeah, I know,
and
seriously.
heightens our senses.
That's happened
That
to me.
feeling of being watched.
Oh no, not that.
For our tiny
I
little
like that
globe,
feeling.
the same analogy
Just
applies
like everything being
as
quiet,
we
because it's just
Earthlings
so
reside
calming.
on a planet which is amongst a never-ending
Hold up.
multitude of
Am I back?
stars, galaxies, and
I don't know why this happened.
universes that, depending on what you believe,
But yeah,
is under the watchful
again,
eye
I
of something
spilled
far
grease
greater
over me,
and
and
more
now I look like
intelligent
this.
than ourselves. Whether this is alien intelligence, God,
Oh,
or
my,
simply the divine concept of not being alone, such a silent
Oh,
aura
I
may
hate
fill
this.
oneself with gratitude and hope, whereas for others, the sense of dread and pending doom could never feel so loud.
And yeah, this is a
From a
Halloween stream, by
factual
the way.
standpoint,
Let me know.
scientists and astrological experts have reached the realization that the ambience of space is indeed silent, due to the fact that sound is unable to travel through what is known as a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
What this term references is
Is
the
that,
atmospheric
yeah.
field, or space, which is out with
Yeah.
the Earth's atmosphere and thus bereft of any matter.
Yeah.
In other words, no air or sound. The technical side of this
it refers
is
to
that
the
sound
gases as
travels
well.
in
'Cause
waves of energy.
the thing is, like,
These audio
you can hear people in
vibrations are
space
also
because there's very
known
little
as
gas out
mechanical
in the
waves, which
in outer
transit
space,
and
but that's
transfer
it.
one form of energy to another through a medium of particles. These particles reverberate or echo
You
the
could actually
energy
hear
from
people
its
scream in
origin
outer
source
space, but like
around and outward
very
towards its intended
slowly.
sound via the
It's
aforementioned
rather
medium.
really lowly.
During each wave of energy, the generated particles eventually lose their power in their
Hold up,
transference,
I'll come
which is
back
why
in
the
a moment.
sound effectively
Dude, I
dies
look
out
so red.
or doesn't reach its intended
Yeah, I'll be
target.
back.
Therefore, for each individual sound to be transferred and heard, it must rely on the particles, which, as we have come to learn of space, is a huge vacuum due to the colossal, infinite area in which it resides, and therefore is too large to collate such forms of energy. However, the palpability of no emission of sound whatsoever in the universe is not entirely true. We have seen photographs of dust clouds and gas clusters forming in space. These emerge from dead stars, and if densified, create just enough particles to generate a noise. The first recording of energy-formed sound in space, which was not man-made, was recorded in 2003 by the Chandra X-ray Observatory from the Perseus galaxy over 250
So yeah,
million light-years
what
away.
was it his name? Sorry,
Though
it's
the
just like I have
noise
to
was
get
too
done with
low
this.
for humans to hear, it was confirmed that a noise had indeed travelled within the vastness of space. So
What
if
is it talking about?
sound can come to life by itself, without the need for human interference,
Oh yeah,
we
like they're
must
talking
ask
about like
ourselves,
background
what
radiation,
else
right?
can it bring to life? I guess
Oh
when
my
it
God, I'm
comes
gonna
to
come
the
back
concept
again.
of space, it's best to
I
try
hate
and
this
not
'cause
be too scared.
oh my god, why am I
After
so
all,
blue?
No one would hear your
So
screams
weird.
anyway.
I mean, if you're far enough, yeah. But like if you're like close to like a planet, they can still hear you.
Let's forget the variety and ferocity in which comets fly through space for a second,
There we go.
and let us look at something a little more stationary,
Autofocus?
but by no means little in nature.
Yeah.
Jupiter, the fourth brightest object
Yeah, Jupiter
that
actually saves
resides
us
in
from
the
a lot of
solar
asteroids,
system,
if you
is
all
a
didn't know.
gargantuan spectacle of a planet, and one that requires us to be afraid, very afraid, when we look at the multitude of facts and formalities in relation to its size. In terms of numbers, Jupiter is considered to be 318 times greater than the size of Earth,
Yeah.
and measures approximately 2.5 times more than all the other planets in the solar system combined. That is huge for a planet that can only be seen in the night sky with both average equipment and that of the naked eye. Only Venus is brighter in terms of planetary illumination. One of the most fascinating discoveries in relation to its sheer size and scale
Yeah,
is
Jupiter's
the
like the
mind-blowing
biggest planet, right?
eventuality that if Jupiter grew any more in magnitude, it would in fact get smaller.
Oh wow.
What do we mean by this?
It's just gonna
If
become
the planet
denser.
gained additional mass to its already Goliath stature, it would encounter the adverse effect of becoming denser and therefore pull in upon itself.
Yeah.
Strange, but eerily true. Again, to try and comprehend the greatness and enormity of the gas giant,
Yeah, this
we
is,
must
by the way,
also
this is top
examine
fives.
and understand the speed in which it
Presenting
moves.
these facts, right?
With constant, fantastic discoveries that are being made
We are
each
going to be
and
watching
every
scary
day by
videos
the likes of
in a moment.
NASA,
I just wanted to put
it
like
has been
something outer space,
calculated
something
that
a little
Jupiter
different, right?
moves extremely quickly, with a rotational velocity of 12.6 kilometers per second.
Wait, let me
That
check
is
my
less
phone
than
and
half
see
a
if
day
there's
to
any
complete a
notifications.
full rotation on its own axis.
So I'm
An
going to be
important
swapping
note
back
to
and
be
forth.
made, as the planet is unable to experience weather-like seasons due to its 3.13 degree tilt in the solar system. Surrounded by dangerous radiation, we are unable to approach Jupiter too closely. It is also surrounded by faint, almost non-visible rings, much like Saturn, and has 53 named moons, with another 26 to be named in the future. The largest of these moons
some
being
moons are not
Ganymede,
named, huh?
which is also coincidentally
Which is
the
something weird
largest
to think
moon
about
in the
because, like,
entire solar
as a kid,
system,
I always
and
read books
bigger
on like the
than the
planets,
neighboring planets
and I always
of
thought all the planets had
Mercury,
like named moons,
measuring
but some of them are not. Some of them are like weird
5,268
names.
kilometers across. It is not called the King of Planets for no reason. When we study Jupiter more closely, we find that it is truly ferocious. Not only does the big red dot on its surface, which is believed to be a raging storm that has been ongoing for over 350 years, the fifth planet from the Sun is now known as a planet eater. Yes, you heard that right. According to scientists who recorded their findings in the Journal of Astronomy and Astrophysics, Jupiter contains the remnants of other planets within its core. According to the paper and that of NASA's Juno space probe, pictures identify that Jupiter most likely came to be so large and ravenous in nature by effectively eating nearby small planets, or planetismals
sending an
as they
email
are
right now.
also
Sorry, guys.
known.
So I love the
Considering
music
Earth
they
is
have in the
the third
background.
planet from the Sun,
Reminds me of
doesn't
like when I
fill
visited
many
a
with much
planetarium.
hope that if there was to be a shift in the Milky Way at any point in the future, Earth as we know it may be next on the menu for the so-called vacuum cleaner of the solar system. Let's hope she isn't hungry anytime soon. As covered in the previous entries, it would appear that according to the likes of NASA, as well as the scientists and experts behind advanced satellite and telescopic calculations, that things are under control. Well, not quite. In the last of these creepy facts, or in this case, speculation, it seems we don't know everything, or can see everything around our little planet. Earlier this year, the Gaia Space Observatory, launched in 2013, whose mission was to measure the positions, motions, and distances of stars, discovered something truly terrifying. Expected to complete its operations in 2025,
So I am gonna
the
get a
spacecraft
notification
may
soon.
just have gathered enough information in time
about that.
to save us from a doomsday-like scenario. According to
talking
the
about,
satellite's calculations and documentations of the stars,
There we go.
it found that there are thousands upon thousands of asteroids in the solar system
Yeah,
that
no,
we have
they
never
could
seen
all hit us.
before, that have seemingly come out of nowhere.
Mhm.
As we know, there are considerable meteors, comets, space rocks, and other such objects that are constantly flowing through the abundance of space. Some are easy to identify, whereas some are a little more peculiar, and shall we say, extraterrestrial in nature.
Oh no.
The concept and possibility of aliens,
yeah.
UFOs, and other such entities is another topic for another day. However, the unidentified aspect of these asteroids will undoubtedly send shivers down the spines of many.
You know, there's asteroids.
Astronomers and
just come out of nowhere.
astrophysicists are candid when they tell us that a single asteroid, known or unknown, has the capabilities of crashing into Earth and wiping everything and everyone from its shores, much like the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. The number of these so-called invisible asteroids ranges and is ever increasing. The current count is upward
Some of them
of
come from the Kepler
150,000,
belt. Some of them come from
10
the inner
times
belt.
more
I
than
forget
the
what it's called.
experts ever predicted or registered within the vicinity of Earth's atmosphere. The number and scenario range doesn't make for great reading. Best case is that a minor physical impact would create a major power outage and internet apocalypse, which could last
they don't have the
months
names.
or even
Ah!
years.
The
For
asteroid
some
belt,
of our
and then
younger
there's the Kepler
viewers,
belt,
the
right?
thought of not having a mobile phone or internet at one's disposal for even a minute is enough to cause panic, fear, and devastation amongst a certain demographic. Therefore, we may have to suffer endless complaining from our children, as well as a cataclysmic shockwave. Another statistic, which isn't overly beneficial, is that scientists believe 90% of the aptly named planet killer objects, which are larger than 0.6 mile in diameter, and around 50% of city killers have already been located and identified within Earth's vicinity.
Yeah.
The fact that we are now hearing of invisible asteroids, which have been lurking in the shadows of space, will surely reduce
That
these
is scary.
percentages to a worrying degree. Another statistic presented from scientists states that the possibility of a massive asteroid shower or solar storm occurring on Earth's soil is estimated between 1.6 and 12% per decade. Quite a spectrum to take your pick.
This is why we want to like develop like technology that actually can like like in the movies like shoot or destroy asteroids, which is why I think a month ago or around there. What's this? Oh my god, look, I got a new feature. No, I was gonna say, which is why NASA basically blew up an asteroid, no, crashed the satellite into an asteroid, which diverted its course of action, right? Course of actions being like where it was supposed to go originally. So it diverted its course of action, so now it's like gonna travel somewhere else, right?
So we either attempt to function with no power, internet, or food production, or we take a stab in the dark.
Oh,
as
there's
to
gonna be
whether
one more time I do
and
this.
when an asteroid will strike. Not much of a choice, I'm sure you'll agree. And so this is where we end our special episode of Access Astronomy for the Halloween Marathon Month. We hope these snippets of facts, predictions, and speculations haven't frightened you too much.
No,
There's
they're not
so
scary.
much more for us to explore when we think about space and the unlimited stars, planets, and galaxies that surround us. Global warming, pollution, and man-made catastrophes are the immediate danger. However, we must learn to coexist in a world that is so small and insignificant when compared to the rest of the universe, and that the real threat lies out there in the wonderful, grandiose expanse that we call space. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you in the next video.
Hold up, okay. So listen. That's a scary fact, right? Not sure much to do with strippers. Let's watch this one.
If you have
hold up. I'll like put on the camera right now.
The best spooky stories are those that are true. They are the ones that make you lie there at night, with the covers pulled up to your nose, straining to hear every crack of the house. The ones that make you toss and turn, but eventually sleep with your back facing the wall, so that nothing can sneak up behind you. Well, things are about to get scary, because here are 7 eerie stories that are all based on real-life events. This video has been brought to you by Manscaped.com, the leading global brand that cracks the case on how men across the world have been keeping their personal grooming on point. Manscaped.com have sent us an all-in-one performance package, which is an incredible combination of the best grooming tools and products to help you feel great all day long. We know it's spooky season right now, but Christmas is just around the corner, and this would make the perfect gift for your partner, or you could always treat
Thanksgiving. I'm
yourself.
just kidding.
Personal grooming
Thanksgiving
is
is like an
important
American
part
holiday.
of taking care of yourself. Included as part of the package is the Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0 body trimmer and the Weed Whacker nose and ear trimmer. They're both fully waterproof and come with advanced skin-safe technology, meaning you'll get a closer shave without risking nicking or cutting sensitive skin. The Lawnmower body trimmer has a handy feature that keeps your trimmer safe, with a travel lock that stops any accidents before they can happen. Next up are a couple of handy products that will help you keep fresh all day long that we'd like to mention: the Crop Preserver deodorant and the Crop Reviver toner spray. You can apply the deodorant down below after your shower for all-day odor protection.
After
and then
your
use the
shower?
convenient spritz with
Dude, he knows
cooling
his
aloe
pants are
vera
smelly.
wherever you need a little
Just kidding.
boost. We're very grateful to be partnering with such a great brand, and as a token to all of you, Manscaped.com are offering 2
There we
free
go.
gifts as well for a limited time only. You can get the Shed
let's do
travel
that.
bag and the Manscaped anti-chafing boxer shorts if you go to manscaped.com today to take advantage of their generous offer. Use our code TOP5s at the checkout
Yeah.
to get everything I mentioned at 20% off, plus free international shipping and your 2 free gifts. With Manscaped, you're always going to feel your best.
So what's his number one?
The Haunted Attic.
Oh, cool.
Reddit user Digsaw
You know, we often hear about this
recalled how
story.
he moved into a one-bedroom apartment in
story.
a 1930s building in
Okay.
Melbourne, Australia. After a couple of months, Diggs came home one day to
Yeah, 'cause
find a
it's so
wooden
common.
board on the floor broken into 2 pieces.
Hmm?
It was at least an inch thick and had been used to cover a hole in the bathroom ceiling, which led to a small attic space. Extremely afraid that someone was up there, Diggs was hoping that the landlord had arranged to have some work done. Diggs emailed photos to the landlord and was asked to call her straight away. She said she wasn't doing any work in the attic, and her last 2 tenants had the same problem with the bathroom ceiling. She replaced the board. A month later, as Diggs lay in bed, he was awoken at 4 a.m. with a horrible feeling. There was a noise from up in the attic of something being dragged. There was definitely something up there. Diggs turned on the light and after plucking up enough courage went into the bathroom. He found the new board there on the floor broken in 2.
Okay, that's suspicious.
But there was something else, the sound of children whispering. The same phrase was being repeated over and over again. It's your turn. It's your turn. Terrified, Diggs turned on every light and watched TV to calm down, but his pet budgie Dexter,
You know,
who
that's
was
something
kept
I
in the
would do
kitchen,
too.
began
When I was
squawking.
younger.
Stressed out, Diggs went outside to sit
You
in a
just
car
watch TV and be
chill
like,
out
nothing
until
happened.
the sun came up. On returning to the apartment, Dexter was missing from his cage. Diggs
Like,
found him
nowadays
in
it
a
would just be
toilet
me
bowl,
going back to
splashing
watch
around for
whatever
dear
video I'm
life.
watching.
After washing him and drying him, Diggs rang the landlord. "Oh wow," she said, "you heard the whispering too." Diggs stayed in the apartment for over a year and heard the whispering several times. After moving out, the landlord rang to say that the new tenants would really like to speak to Diggs about the freaky things that were happening in the apartment. Number 17, The Room of Terror. Close to the Botanical Gardens, in a charming area of Edinburgh, Scotland, was a neat little row of houses. Very early in the 20th century, a couple bought number 17. For some unknown reason, the house had been empty for several years, and the enterprising couple were able to bag themselves a bargain, with the hope of turning the attractive property into a boarding house. Once they had moved in, it wasn't long before the couple noticed that there was a strange and unpleasant atmosphere in one of the attic rooms. No
that's
one
horrible.
wanted to even enter the
Dude.
chamber, let alone stay
Again,
there.
like
They
I
always
like to say,
felt as though
if you
someone
feel
or
like you're
something
attic,
was in the room
it's
watching.
just like, I don't know, like oppressive.
One
Don't buy
young
the
girl
house.
who was working as the housekeeper entered the attic,
I mean,
only
unless
to
you
come
want to
running straight
compromise.
back out again, screaming and crying hysterically. She passed out from the shock of the experience, and once she'd been revived, no amount of coaxing could persuade her to explain what it was that she had been so terrified by. Not long after, word spread around the city about the goings-on at number 17, or the boarding house, as it became known. Students from Edinburgh University began to dare one another to go and stay there. One of these students was a young man named Andrew Muir. He was highly religious, but also interested in the spiritual side of matters. Andrew approached the owners of the house and offered to spend a night in the attic room in order to carry out a controlled experiment. Rumours about the house had spread throughout Edinburgh, and the owners were losing business as no one wanted to lodge at a haunted house, so they were delighted by Andrew's offer. It meant they could finally put an end to the affair. They gave Andrew a bell, and he was told that if he saw or heard anything unusual, that he should immediately ring the bell. The residents of number 17 bade Andrew good night and good luck before retiring to bed. Andrew was left alone to carry out his vigil in the uninviting attic room. It was during the early hours of the morning that the noise of the bell being frantically rung and a piercing scream of horror ripped through the silence. Everybody jumped from their beds and rushed upstairs to the attic to find out what was causing all of the commotion. The door was flung open to find the body of Andrew laying dead on the floor, the bell at his side. A look of wretched terror was on his face. It would seem that the poor lad had seen something so terrifying that it had literally frightened him to death. The attic room was never used again, and the whole row of houses was demolished some 20 years later.
Oh fuck, so they were all demolished. Yeah. So, just...
The Boy with No Eyes. Another Reddit user, named Commendo4, told a tale about his meeting with a spectral boy.
Hmm?
When he was about 10, he was awoken in the middle of the night by the opening of his bedroom door.
Sorry, I'm chewing on
As
gum.
he lay there, he felt
Because I'm
someone
a
sitting
gum
on his
addict.
bed beside
I
him.
like gum.
He thought that it was his mother, as he felt the bed sink down under the person's weight and something touching his leg. But when he opened his eyes, it wasn't his mother. It was a boy, and there were empty black sockets where his eyes should have been. The
Not
boy was
freaky.
about Commando's own age, and he
That's
held out
freaky.
his hand, which
Imagine
held a
seeing
small box.
Something there.
Although he was shocked,
That's not there.
Commando reached out to take it, but the apparition pulled it back. Again,
Why does zoom
Commando
in?
reached for the box and said,
There's
"Give it."
nothing there.
Then he blinked, and the boy had gone when he opened his eyes. The imprint of where he had been seated on the bed still remained. 5 years later, Komodo's girlfriend was at his house so that they could study together. Whilst waiting for her parents to pick her up, she fell asleep. On their arrival, Commando woke his girlfriend up. She sat up suddenly and opened her eyes. Pointing at the corner of the room, she immediately lay down and went back to sleep. Commando woke her again and told her what she had done. She explained that she had seen a little boy up on the wall like Spider-Man staring at me with no eyes.
Oh my god.
Commando was completely freaked out and told her the story of his meeting with the boy when he was younger. Another 5 years later, Commando and his girlfriend were still
It's
a
better if I
couple,
turn on the lights.
and they
because,
also
like,
had a 2-year-old little
the
girl together.
fucking light.
They lived at Commando's parents'
see
house
that in
in
my
his old
glasses.
room. His daughter started to wake up at the same time every night and began talking. When Commando asked who she was talking to, she said it was a nice little boy who was lost and looking for his mummy.
Oh.
The ghostly visitations continued until the family were able to get a house of their own.
That's scary. Fuck that.
Spirit creatures.
Oh,
One night during the 1960s, two men were travelling back along the A75 road by car to Annan in Scotland one night. It was late and the road was very quiet. About 10 miles out, the driver noticed an old woman waving frantically. She could be seen clearly in the headlights and was standing in the centre of the road.
Okay.
Just as the driver was about to
Let me
swerve
check
to avoid
my phone.
hitting her and knocking her down, she vanished. The two men were then stunned to see several figures emerging from out of the dark and rushing directly towards the car. These figures seemed to be mostly animals of all kinds: dogs, cats, cattle. Some even seemed to be unrecognisable and fantastical. At the centre of this menagerie, there appeared the shape of an old man. His long white hair flowed out behind him as he ran, and his mouth was wide open in a silent scream. The driver swerved right and left across the road, trying to avoid the strange creatures, and realised that none of them were actually touching the car. Was he just imagining it all?
Maybe.
Glancing at his passenger, who he could see was equally terrified, made him realise that he was not hallucinating. Suddenly the temperature in the car plummeted, and the driver
I think
felt
that's
himself
right.
losing control of the steering wheel. Something was trying to take over the driving. Despite the cold, both men felt as though they were suffocating. As the passenger wound down his window, from outside the men could hear ominous sounds of cackling and shrieking. The driver stopped the car, and it began to rock from side to side quite violently. Unable to stand it any longer, they both opened their car doors and got out. Everything was still. All they could hear was the rustling of the wind through the trees, and the gasping of their own panicked breathing. Once they had calmed down, and wanting desperately to get home, the two men got back in the car. But no sooner had the driver started the engine than the animals returned, swarming the vehicle. Determined to get through them, the driver pressed on, despite the strange and scary noises. Getting nearer to home, they were comforted to see the headlights of another vehicle on the road. As they drew nearer though, they realised that the large van wasn't moving, and they were going to crash straight into it. The driver pressed down hard on the brakes, but it refused to work. Both men held their breath as they waited for impact, but the van just disappeared into thin air, along with the animals and the old man. Everything was quiet and the road was empty. Exhausted from their ghostly encounter, the two men quickly made their way home. The basement. This story was told by Manny from the Canadian podcast No Inner Monologue, which is a great listen. When he was a young boy, his family didn't have a lot of money, so along with his
I'm gonna be
uncle,
listening.
they took on extra work.
I don't
to
know
make
what
ends
else to
meet.
add because I don't know what these
They
stories
worked
are
the
gonna be
night
on,
shift
right?
together, cleaning the Keg Steakhouse restaurant
Ooh,
near
that
to
must
the
be
airport in
a little
Toronto.
interesting.
Because his parents didn't have anyone to look after him, while they were at work, they often took him with them. The job was quite easy, and it was well paid, but an incident that occurred one night, along with other supernatural occurrences, meant Manny's parents soon quit. Manny, who was about 11 at the time, and his uncle's girlfriend was sitting at a table near the bar. It was very early in the morning, around 3:30 a.m. All of the lights were on, and Manny could hear his father and his uncle talking together in the distance about a recent soccer game. Manny and his uncle's girlfriend were just passing the time with general chit-chat, when, as usually happened, they both fell asleep. Suddenly they were awoken by Manny's uncle. "Quick, wake up," he said. "We need to get to the basement. Your mum needs help moving some stuff. Hurry, it's urgent." The pair quickly got up and went to gather their things. When Manny looked up, his uncle was a good 20 feet away when he shouted back, "You have to hurry, it's urgent." They were both a bit freaked out by how insistent he was being. By now, Manny's uncle had disappeared from view. They walked in the direction that he had gone, so that they could follow him to the basement, but as they turned the corner of the corridor, they bumped into him coming in the opposite direction. He looked absolutely horrified to see them. Manny asked, "What's going on? Where's the emergency?" His uncle replied, "You two. Your dad yelled that you were locked in the basement and he couldn't open up the door. He told me to go to the car and get the crowbar to force it open." "No," Manny said. "You just woke us up and told us to follow you to the basement because Mum needed some help." "That's impossible," said Manny's uncle. "Your dad and I both heard you yelling for help in the basement as we went past."
That's scary.
Then Manny's dad arrived, wondering where his
The
brother
heck?
was with the crowbar. When he saw Manny and his brother's girlfriend, he went mad at them, telling them, "That's not funny, trying to scare us like that." He asked, "How did you get out?" They explained what had happened, and the four of them were standing in the corridor looking puzzled, when Manny's mother came running over. She was upset and said that there was someone trapped inside the basement, and that they needed help to get out.
That's...
You
I
can
don't know what
imagine
to
the
say
pure
about that.
terror as everyone realised that there was someone or something trying to split up the family and lure each one of them down into the basement. The family
Ew.
got out of there as quickly as they could, and after a couple more frightening and unexplained incidents, Manny's mum,
Yeah,
dad
that's
and
it.
uncle stopped working at the restaurant.
Good on them.
Andrew Mackey's poltergeist. Mackey was a farmer in Kirkwood, Brightshire. What began one winter's night in February 1695 became known as one of the most
turns out,
violent episodes of
I
poltergeist
do have one more, but I'm
infestation
working on the
record,
background because it's just an easy
and
one.
terrorised both the Mackey family and
Hope
their
I don't
Scottish
talk a lot.
community.
Sorry about that.
The story was documented in detail by the Reverend Andrew Telfair, the local vicar. On February
You know, so talking about the last trip, I've had various friends that have, said, they've had, weird experiences at work. But it's usually because of, the stress is how they explained it to me. Not because, randomly out of nowhere, a ghost appears. These are good ghost stories so far, though. Because,
February night, Mackey went
they
to his
all
barn
seem
to
to
check
be
on his cattle, as usual, but found all the livestock
mysterious,
running
right?
on
They
loose.
have an air of mystery.
Bewildered, he tied them back up carefully.
They're not like,
before going
oh,
to bed.
we were stressed or something
The
like
next
that. No,
night he found
just,
them untied
presented in
once
the way
again,
that.
but the following morning, one of the cows was suspended from
That's
the roof of the
possibility.
cattle shed by its rope.
And almost
Then
makes
things
it out
began to happen in the Mackey
that
house.
basically
A
makes the
basket of
point that
peat for the fire appeared
it's
inside
easier.
the house,
It would be
upturned
easier
and
to
piled
believe
up
that
in
there's a
heap.
ghost
It had also
rather
been set
than
alight.
some other event occurring.
If the
that
smell of
caused such an
smoke had
event,
not
right?
awakened the family, there could have been a disaster. In March, the house was showered by a barrage of stones.
So
It started with small
it's
pebbles,
interesting,
seeming to
right?
appear
It's an
from
interesting
nowhere and
dynamic
hitting the building. But the stones soon increased both in number and in size. Not only was the house hit, but also the occupants of the family. Inside, kitchen tools, bed covers and furniture moved on their own. A figure appeared in the corner of the room, huddled in a blanket, which scared the life out of the children. When someone was brave enough to pull back the cover, it turned out to be an upturned stool. Outside, the stones became even bigger, and members of the family, along with anyone who came to call, were black and blue with bruising. There was a continual onslaught of banging, knocking and door slamming. In April, 2 ministers prayed with the family, which made things worse. They were beaten by sticks held by invisible hands, and random fires began to break out. Some bones were found on the property and taken away for burial, but the trouble only increased. Prayers went on for 3 days, with more fires spontaneously occurring, and stones crashing through the roof. It was a good 2 weeks later when the family experienced the presence of a large black entity in the barn, which, after terrifying the Mackeys, just seemed to dissipate, and then everything returned to normal. No one ever found out what it was that tormented the Mackey family for 3 horrifying months in 1695. Shadow Man.
Oh
We'll
shit!
finish
So
with
it's
the
like a
story
video?
of security guard Raul
Oh
Aguilar.
fuck!
He worked at the Thomas Aldafo Duco soccer stadium in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in April of 2018. Someone was repeatedly opening and then slamming the dressing room door,
Yeah.
and Raul wanted to catch the culprit.
This is
in the act.
old. You see them there.
He had already been down there 3 times and found no one there, so on the 4th trip, he took his mobile phone with him to record the strange goings on. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to film it to show people later on, so they believe it when I tell them, because this has never happened to me before.
That's what he
It's
said.
terrifying, Raul said. From a distance, we can hear the muffled sounds of the door being banged shut. But as Raul goes further down the stairs, carrying his flashlight, the noise becomes deafening. Raul, who is obviously scared, picks up a metal bar before edging cautiously nearer the door. He pushes open the door and bursts in, declaring, "See, no one is there." As he spins around the room, we can see a shadowy figure which skitters across the screen before disappearing into the wall. Raul didn't see the Shadow Man at the time, and it wasn't until he watched the video back later that he saw the horrifying presence.
That is scary. Imagine just seeing his shadow just blurred around. Insane.
Concha de la lora. La concha de la lora. Pero cómo mierda puede ser que no haya nada hoy. Ya es la tercera vez.
Raul was supposedly so upset by the incident that he quit his job and found another security job elsewhere. And I think you'll agree that was probably the best decision.
Yeah.
So that's 7 incredibly creepy true tales of the paranormal. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to listen out for all those little noises and knocks as you fall asleep tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for another video.
So let's see, what else can we watch? So like this video, kind of give you like the sense of in general scary stories, right? Let's see if we can find something more. Oh, what is this? What was
This is why she wasn't.
Never should have used the Ouija board. This is new, so let's listen to this one.
Welcome to our 2nd episode.
No,
of
we'll
our
watch
Ouija
like
board
a
stories
bunch of
sent
like
in by our
in
viewers.
general chills videos.
These are all real and never heard before, true incidents that illustrate the unknown dangers of tapping into the spirit world. We'd like to say a huge
Oh my
thank
God.
you to all of those who sent in your stories. We very much appreciate you sharing your experiences with us, and we're very excited to share these 6. As always, hit those lights, sit back, and enjoy. Who's Maggie? Janine from Canada sent this first story in. At the start of 2021, Janine was preparing to move out of her apartment, and her brother had come over to hang out while she packed up the last of her stuff. As Janine sorted through her things, she found an old Ouija board that she had forgotten about and decided to play it with her brother before putting it in the packing boxes. Janine's brother was a skeptic but was curious and agreed to play, although at first he didn't take it very seriously. But after Janine explained to him what to do, they both put their hands on the planchette and said hello. After a few minutes of asking if anyone wanted to talk, the planchette spelt out the name Maggie. At first, Janine thought it was her brother pranking her and told him to be serious. However, moments later, it spelt the same name again. This time, Janine was sure it was her brother joking around, so she stopped the session and decided to play by herself to see if she could make a connection without her brother messing about. To prove to her brother that the board wouldn't just spell out the same name, she decided to tilt her head back and close her eyes, so that there was no way she could peek at the board. Her brother sat on the couch and watched the board. As soon as Ginny asked the starter questions, she felt her hands start to move. No way, her brother said. Soon enough, letter by letter, it spelled out Maggie again. Her brother started recording, so Ginny could watch it afterwards, as she couldn't see the board and didn't have enough experience to know where the letters were without looking. Ginny asked if Maggie needed to tell her something, or if she used to live in the apartment, but got no further response aside from her name. Ginny spent the rest of the evening Googling any local events that might have her name, but couldn't find anything. To this day, Ginny doesn't know who was talking to her that night, and is tempted to pull out that board again, to see if the mysterious Maggie makes contact again.
Yeah.
If you do, Ginny, we'd love to hear the follow-up story, but be safe. Dark Room Predator. Carrie saw we were looking for Ouija board stories and decided to finally share her story, and we're pleased she did. When Carrie was a teenager, witchcraft and the occult were big things, so she had an interest in all things creepy. One
I have
weekend,
a peculiar interest in
leaving
all
her
this
and her
stuff.
sister home alone.
I'm in the
Her
same
sister,
boat,
who was
right?
6 years older than her, was an adult and worked shifts, so Carrie often found herself alone in the house. One evening, she decided to make an Ouija board out of paper with a cardboard planchette and lit a candle to try and see if any spirits wanted to make contact, not really believing they would. However, suddenly the board started moving. Carrie was freaked out, but continued and eventually made contact with someone claiming to be a teenage girl who died by drowning. Carrie asked the girl for her name, but she just closed down and said goodbye. Deeply troubled by the encounter, Carrie stayed up most of the night. Because it was before the internet was mainstream, she couldn't simply Google and check if anyone had drowned in the area.
Yeah.
Although she knew there was a lake not far away, so it was plausible. The next morning, Carrie did some tidying, as her parents were due home. As she stood doing the dishes, she could see into the garden and also had a view of the dining room, a room the sisters hadn't entered whilst their parents were away, so the door was kept shut. Suddenly there was a knock, and out of the corner of her eye, Carrie could see the shadow of a male standing in the doorway to the
That's
dining
scary.
room. The door was now open, and although it was daylight, Carrie
That's
couldn't
almost like
see
as if
any of the
somebody's trying to
figure's
break in,
features,
right?
but he was definitely a solid person. Carrie froze for a couple of seconds, waiting for the figure to move, terrified it was a burglar. Then she was
Yeah, I
distracted
would be
by
too.
the movement of a bird in the garden
Hell no.
and momentarily looked away. When she looked back, the apparition had gone. Terrified Carrie grabbed her keys and left the house and texted her sister telling her what had happened, but was surprised to receive a message from her mum saying, "We heard from your sister, we'll talk about it when we get home." Later that evening, Carrie's mum explained that they had bought the house from a woman and her daughter. The woman's husband and child's stepfather had been a photographer, and she left him after finding provocative pictures he had taken of the daughter in his darkroom. He was later jailed for the crime, and when he was released he committed suicide in woods near the house.
Oh my god.
To her horror, Carrie was told the darkroom was now her bedroom, and remembered that when they first moved in, under the wallpaper in her room was black paint. Carrie is convinced he was the man who contacted her via the Ouija board, pretending to be a girl, and was the same man she saw in the dining room. Carrie never told her parents about the Ouija board incident, and she never saw the man again. Contacted by Hitler. Lady
That's
Fairy
a
was
lie.
given an Ouija board when she was about 15 or 16, but every time she played it in the house, not much would happen. So one afternoon, she decided to go outside and play, and went through the normal process, although she never asked to speak to anyone specific, and to her surprise, made contact with someone. The conversation progressed nicely, and Lady Fairy asked for the name of the spirit she was talking to. To her horror, the board spelt out Hitler. At this point, Lady Fairy felt a bone-chilling tingling down her spine. She quickly and politely asked to end the conversation, and when the planchette moved to goodbye, she put everything back in the box, put it away, and vowed never to touch the Ouija board again.
Yeah. So that's like just like a
Dangers of
random
messing
story
with
right
the
there. It didn't have
When
much
Ryan was
depth,
about 11
right?
or 12, his stepmom gave him, his brother, and stepsister an Ouija board to play with. Somehow they managed to communicate with a young woman called Tara, who said she was murdered. They asked if she was a good spirit, and she said yes. They also asked questions relating to each other that later came true. For example, they asked when Ryan's father would propose to his stepmom, and Tara told them when, and even accurately described the ring. Tara even told Ryan and his brother the names of girls they would date, all these things came true. The siblings would also hear knocks on their bedroom door, which would open and close at night while they slept, and they could often sense someone standing at the foot of their beds and hear movement around their room. Things would go missing and turn up in strange locations. All this happened after the Ouija board use. Typically, when they closed their Ouija sessions, they'd say goodbye with a similar response from Tara, but not every single time. Ryan believes that is the reason for the strange things that have plagued them throughout their childhood and beyond. Ryan is now 39 years old and steers completely clear of Ouija boards, and even warns people against using them, believing they are not toys and have sinister undertones. However, in his youth, the Ouija board was not the only brush with the paranormal Ryan experienced.
Okay.
One day, Ryan, his brother, cousin and friend decided to have a go at the terrifying Bloody Mary game, where players tried to summon the ghost of Bloody Mary in a bathroom mirror by continually chanting her name. On this occasion, instead of chanting Bloody Mary, Ryan chanted any ghosts into the mirror, whilst his brother stood in front of it. After a while, his brother saw his reflection change into a skull and a fog form behind him, with other black figures lurking in the background, who started getting closer and closer, until eventually the group flipped the lights on to stop what was happening. Dead Hiker. This next one was sent in by Ashley from Canada.
Oh my god.
When Ashley was a
fuck?
child, she spent the night with her sister at a friend's house.
It's horrible.
It was the friend's older sister's birthday, so the house was full. Ashley and her friends were too young to play the Ouija board, but her sister and her friends began playing it in the bedroom, while Ashley and some of the other guests stayed in the living room watching a horror movie. Suddenly they began to hear the other girls screaming hysterically, claiming objects were being thrown around, and they could hear things hitting the walls. Shortly after, the girls came out and said to check the newspapers. As they looked through the papers, they found an article about a missing hiker, and Ashley's sister said that was the woman who contacted them, and she had told them to look for her in the newspapers. Soon after, the girls stopped playing an Ouija board as things were getting too weird. The girls went to bed, and Ashley settled down in the living room with some of the others. At around 3 a.m, she woke up and found the TV on static. She thought that was odd, but just turned it off and went to the bathroom. However, as she made her way back, she saw one of her sister's friends walking like a zombie towards the bathroom. Ashley shrugged it off, thinking she must have just been half asleep.
No, she's
After
like
the girl
fucking
went back to
acting.
bed, Ashley could hear running water. She looked for the source of the noise and found the friend had stuffed the sink with what looked like toilet paper to make it flood. Ashley turned the water off and woke up her friend's father. She didn't tell him who did it because he was scared of getting her in trouble. She spent the next couple of hours mopping up a flooded floor. The following day, the friend woke up with no memory of what she had done, and Ashley didn't tell her. She had since told a few people about the incident, but it doesn't think they believe her. However, to Ashley that night was like something out of a horror movie, and she believes it was directly linked to the Ouija board and has vowed never to go near one ever again. Foretelling death. Bernard sent in this story from the Philippines. Bernard and a friend were interested in witchcraft and read a book on the subject about the background of witchcraft and healing spells, as well as the importance of the 4 elements, fire, water, air and earth. They hadn't tried Ouija before, or Spirit of the Glass as it's known as in the Philippines. So when a friend challenged them to a session, they agreed and consulted the book to make sure they did it safely. They created an improvised Ouija board and used salt to create a circle big enough so that 11
salt is another thing
participants
that's
and a
used with
dog
like
could fit in,
Ouija
and
boards, like
prepared
he's
a small
explaining right now.
basin of water and a candle. So the 4 crucial
You can see why, right? Salt. What is salt said? Salt is an old-fashioned belief that throwing salt over you or your left shoulder would protect you from bad luck. This comes from the belief that the devil is always standing behind you. Throwing salt distracts him from interfering with your life. Salt also has traditionally been a protective agent in non-Christian religions, which postulate that that its purity will repel and protect from ghosts and evil spirits. Yeah. So in different cultures, salt is seen as pure. At some point, too, salt was seen as currency. quite literally. You had salt, you had power. um, that's no longer the case, obviously. Otherwise, like salt companies would be like the richest people on earth, right? But yeah, and maybe they would want to get all the salt from the ocean, right? But the point is that it's an interesting thing that comes up again and again and again. And there's a bunch of little rituals apparently that can be done with like salt that I really didn't discuss and should have discussed. But it's like I don't know the names of such rituals. I just know that they can be done. you know,
Crucial elements were included.
kind of like what
At
they're doing.
around 12 pm, they turned all the power off and closed all the doors and windows and began the session. Bernard lit the candle and asked everyone to put all of their fingers on a 3.5-inch shot glass that was on top of the board. He told them to follow with their fingers wherever the glass took them. His friend then said, "Tonight I'm opening the gates of the spirits to ours. Communicate with us, O wise ones." To start with, everyone was smiling, not really taking things seriously, when suddenly the glass moved. Some of the group thought it was someone messing around, but then it abruptly stopped, and Bernard's friend announced, "We're connected," and he started to ask questions. "Are you here with us?" The glass moved to yes. "What is your name?" The glass then moved to random letters and numbers. The normal energetic dog had gone really quiet and was fixated on the glass, and a strange coldness engulfed the group.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth remembering that the Philippines is a hot place, so this was not normal. By now the group were getting a little freaked out, but they continued and next asked, "Where are you from?" The glass moved to Hal. One of the girls started crying, and Bernard reached out to comfort her. Bernard's other friend told her not to be afraid and that they needed to finish the session properly so that nothing bad happened, and Bernard urged the group to wait until the glass stopped moving before stopping. At this point, Bernard noticed in his left peripheral vision a pair of legs that appeared to have pajamas on walking up the stairs. Bernard's friend asked again, "What is your name?" and it moved to E1E. "What is your purpose?" This is when the group moved their fingers from the glass and realized it was moving by itself. The friend panicked and asked everyone to put their fingers back on the glass. They did as he asked, but Bernard started hearing voices that went from loud to quiet, and he felt he had become completely detached from reality. Eventually the game was over, and as soon as the glass stopped moving, everything returned to normal. Out of curiosity, the group tried to move the glass manually, but every time they did, it fell over, and they found it impossible to replicate how smoothly the glass had moved during the session. They soon realized that the board's surface was so rough, the glass couldn't move without getting snagged. The whole thing was deeply unsettling. 6 months after the incident, they mentioned what had happened to the mother of one of the friends, and she told them that she had played with the spirit glass herself with friends, but they had attached a pencil to the glass and let it move on its own. The glass drew a blueprint of a kite, calling itself E7, and chillingly said that one of them would die.
Okay.
They shrugged it off, but later created a kite based on the blueprint. The kite flew so well that in the end, they tied it to a tree because it wouldn't come down. After several days, the kite eventually came back down to Earth, but that wasn't the end of the matter.
One of them
As
died. Don't tell
predicted,
me something
one
weird.
of those at the session did tragically go on to die
my
of
God.
an unknown disease.
The fuck?
Was that
That's
just a
an
coincidence,
exaggeration.
or the foretelling of the board?
That's an exaggeration. Come on, that's
do
like
you
an old wives' tale right there. Come on.
So
No
that's
way.
6 chilling
No way.
reasons not to mess with an Ouija board.
No
We hope
way.
you enjoyed, and we'd like to say a
That's
special
too
thank you to
good.
all of the people who sent in these
That one's too
incredible
good.
stories.
See,
It's a true honor
that's
to be able to share these with
different,
our
right?
audience. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for another creepy
Of course,
video.
that's not to say that like you got a similar like I guess experience with the Ouija board. You shouldn't write about it, right? But like, damn, these stories are pretty fucking different. I don't know if somebody says it's not somebody that speaks British making something sound better than somebody that speaks speaks British, speaks American, right? you know, that speaks with the accent making things sound better or smarter. That's not it. My issue is more with how the stories are presented, right? So it could be the person like maybe directing the story, right? Because like ultimately for me, when I listen to these stories, obviously you have to agree or disagree with what they're claiming, right? most of the time disagree with them, right? Going on, but of course, some of these events are actually like recollectedness of what happened, right? Whenever they tamper with the Ouija board, for example, right? Those events I can't really deny what happened, right? Because they're the ones directing this, right? But like whenever somebody's like, I found an alien outside my garage, that's when you have to put down your foot, right? And be like, did they really see an alien outside their garage? Right? Be skeptical as fuck, right? Because in my point of view, ghosts are 20 billion more times likely than aliens. They just are. Oh my god. Dude, these buggers keep on coming out of my nose and landing randomly anywhere. Anyhow, let's see. Do we want to watch my melting content? So much. Oh. Let's see. Are they around? You can watch a video from them. Devil lives here in a dead raccoon. Let's watch a trailer. Hold on. Hold up! Oh, no music. Cause like I'm gonna get copyright struck. Hold on, let me show you all. What? There we go. Where is it? No. I'm misclicking. Hold on, man, these videos. Look at this. Blocked. Let's read what it says. This video contains copyrighted material. As a result, it has been blocked worldwide. 6-hour long video, dude. Has been blocked worldwide. That is insane. Like, what the fuck? So who liked this video? Liked it. Did I like it? I better not have liked it. Shit. You know what I mean? No, but like, seriously? Jesus. It has been blocked worldwide. Like, does YouTube hate me that much? I can't even edit the video. Like, seriously. Promote? Oh my god, imagine. Like, damn. That sucks, right? Let's see him. Diabolical forces are formidable. These forces are eternal. They exist today. Ed Warren. Okay. They're quoting one of their own, right? You know, the Warren people that are from the movies. I'm just kidding. That were real at one point, but now are in the movies. Oh, Dios mío. What was that?
Holy shit!
No, but seriously, guys, I am working on the essay in the
Maybe that
background.
wasn't nothing.
I'm gonna end at like
What
10.
was that?
The essay. The rest will be done tomorrow. Hopefully.
Drop the spirit box. Johnny? You okay? That just opened.
I don't know.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Wait, you can't make noise for me?
What was that?
I just heard a screech from inside the house. Okay.
Okay, that's a door.
Close the door. Hello? Who are we in contact with right now?
my god. Oh my god. You wanna watch this? I don't know. It's not scary. If not, it's more like eh. It's like eh. Anyhow, let's see what else we can find. This is a cool one to watch. Like it's so old. There's some music playing in the background as I look for it. Is there new bedtime stories? Maybe we can watch that. Well, we can watch this. It's probably gonna be true crime. Dun,
I need to be superhuman.
No, we're gonna be listening to this. So this is probably a true crime or something. Along
Since
those
the
lines?
launch of this channel, we have looked at a number of mysterious disappearances in and around the national parks of North America, which were identified through the work of David Paulides. Over the next 2 episodes, we will be examining a cross-section of his research, which receives perhaps the least publicity and analysis, those of the near missing 411.
Bum ba dum ba dum bum. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. Dun 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 dun.
It has now just been over a decade since David Paulides first went public with his research into the many unexplained disappearances which have occurred in North America's national parks. His work is notable for the sense of mystery and downright eeriness it exudes, as well as the way in which it conveys the feelings of grief and loss
Hola, Mom.
experienced by the loved ones of those who have vanished. Amongst the many
Tengo
examples
clases
he has
todavía.
cited, it is commonly those cases in which little or no trace was ever found of the missing person
no sé, ma.
which have received the highest degree of notoriety. But his insistence, unlike many others across his
Wednesday,
field,
but I can't do it this
not
Wednesday.
to commit to
Maybe
any
next
one definitive theory about what may be responsible for this tragic and recurring
So hold
phenomenon,
up.
is as ominous as it is frustrating.
So what is he explaining here?
There are, however, a number of cases identified during the course of his work involving witnesses who were seemingly able to step back from the brink of disappearance. Otherwise unremarkable, salt-of-the-earth people, whose extraordinary experiences have often been picked apart and ridiculed by their communities when they have been brave enough to come forward and share them. Witnesses whose stories suggest that Paulides could be correct, in that there may be many possible reasons for so many disappearances which have occurred throughout the North American landscape.
Okay. Like what?
A common occurrence reported by countless hunters, hikers, and national park employees has been referred to as the silence. This eerie phenomenon seems to strike at random, with witnesses finding
this
themselves
is
standing
interesting.
alone,
Okay, so this is gonna go over
the
like
woods around them
natural stuff.
having gone deathly
Yeah,
quiet.
no, this is a lot. This has been
And
coming
whilst it
up in
would
a
be
lot of stories.
expected that the presence of a nearby predator, or
No, I
even
think when,
themselves, may
you know,
cause
low.
birds and other small animals to go quiet,
And insects and stuff. And that's
witnesses
scary.
report that this silence seems to go far beyond that. Those who have experienced it often struggle to convey just how oppressive it is, stating that the atmosphere around them seems to become thick and heavy, that even the sound of nearby running water or the wind rustling through the trees seems to cease altogether. One witness described it as feeling as though in one instant they were in the natural physical world, and the next they were somehow
that's a little
transported to an
sensationalized.
imposter world. It was almost as if they were on a film set, which couldn't quite replicate their real surroundings. They also felt as if they were being observed by some unseen force the entire time. People react to this strange phenomenon in different ways, and more often than not, nothing sinister comes of it. But the experience of an unnamed park ranger working within the Smoky Mountains National Park suggests an even more mysterious element to this bizarre occurrence.
Okay, like what? Aliens? You better not
In
say
May of 1992, this park ranger, who we'll refer to as John, was midway through one of his regular patrols when he decided to stop and take a sip of water from his canteen. Unscrewing the cap from the small container, he slowly realized that everything around him had gone silent. Thinking that a large predator may be nearby, he walked across to a suitably tall tree and sat down on the ground with his back propped up against the trunk. In this way, he would be able to keep an eye out for any large animals without having to worry about anything creeping up on him from behind. As time passed, John began to get an overwhelming feeling that something was very wrong.
Yeah.
Far above him, the branches of the trees continued to sway in the same afternoon breeze he could feel brushing across his face, and yet he could not hear any of the rustling or creaking he would have expected to. Turning his head left and right, feeling as if he had been wrapped in an invisible cloak of cotton wool which seemed to muffle every natural sound, he became increasingly unnerved. After several minutes, John became so spooked that he decided to get up and head back to the trailhead. But as he walked away from the tree he had been sitting against, he came to an immediate halt. Looking down, he realized that a portion of his right foot had completely disappeared. Everything from the crease of the toe cap forwards had entirely vanished. Staring in disbelief, he moved his leg forwards and was horrified to see more of his foot disappear. When he pulled it back again, his foot reappeared in its entirety. Stepping back, John reached out with his right arm and was bewildered to see his hand completely vanish from sight. When he lowered it again, his hand reappeared. It was almost as if there was an invisible portal just in front of him.
Okay. He's probably going
Feeling
crazy.
a tingling sensation in each
What
of
is
the
going
affected limbs, the ranger decided not to venture any further and walked back to the tree, sitting with his back against it as he had done so previously. After another 5 or 10 minutes, the woodland sounds returned, and only then did John dare to venture forth and return to the trailhead, knowing in the core of his very being that he had just narrowly avoided becoming yet another missing person of the Smoky Mountains National Park.
I think something was up, like he was been like tripping or
Also
hallucinating.
during the early 90s, a similarly disturbing and inexplicable incident would play out at a residential premises located on the outskirts of a small town in rural Michigan. As they had done so on many evenings, the two young siblings who lived at the address had been out playing in their backyard, which happened to back onto an area of dense woodland. At some point during their horseplay, the 7-year-old daughter of the family had launched the ball they were playing with into the tree line. Apprehensive of the shadows forming within, as the sun slowly made its way towards the horizon, she had insisted her older brother be the one to go into the woods and retrieve it. After a short argument, her 9-year-old sibling had finally relented, and had begun to make his way across their backyard towards the waiting thickets. But just as he had reached a point only several meters away from the undergrowth, their ball had come flying out of the trees, landing on the grass directly in front of him.
What does that mean?
As the pair had stood peering into the shadows to see who was responsible for returning their ball, they detected a sudden movement, about 10 meters away, hidden in shadow. At first, they believed it to be their father playing a prank of some kind, but as they crept into the tree line,
this guy better not
they
be
saw a
like,
strange,
we live in a
pale
Matrix,
and
right?
gaunt face
They're not gonna say that.
peeking out from behind one of the trees, staring intently back at them. Judging by the height at which its head peered out from behind the tree, it was obvious that it was very tall, far taller than either of their parents, and it had a lank of jet black hair which hung down 3 or 4 feet in length. Despite its imposing height and strange features, the siblings still believed that it was their father wearing a mask and standing on a tree branch, messing around as he was known to do. As they advanced further inside the tree line, the strange face suddenly pulled back out of sight,
that'd be freaky.
and then
I'd run
almost
away.
immediately reappeared behind another tree about 10 meters further into the woods. The children had giggled and laughed, telling their father to knock it off, but the face remained staring intently at them without any hint of emotion. They advanced again, and sure enough, as soon as they had got to within 3 or 4 meters, the face withdrew and instantly reappeared behind another tree much further back.
That's freaky.
This happened a
Imagine
number of
the Mario
times
creepypasta.
before the boy
Or
finally
not Mario
became
creepypasta.
frustrated
The little
and
faces you
decided
see
to
in the
run
Death
towards
Valley
the apparent prankster,
level of Mario Galaxy.
only for it to vanish from sight once again and immediately reappear, this time a good 30 or 40 meters back into the woods.
That's weird. Imagine
Not
the
even
phenomena
2
called
seconds had passed before its face had
the call of the sea or
re-emerged.
whatever, right?
Even the younger
Where people
sibling,
just
who was
wanna
just
go
7
deeper and
years
deeper and
old,
deeper?
had realized that it would have been impossible for
Follow
a
the
human
deep, there you
being
go.
to cover such a distance in such a short space of time. They were also more
Probably
than a
because,
little unnerved by the fact that at no
Yeah.
point had they seen its body moving between the trees as it retreated. The pair realized that when
He's
they
probably
turned
like brought on
back,
by lack
they
of
could no
oxygen.
longer see their house
Just
through the
diving.
trees. They were suddenly gripped by a feeling that something was not right. Only minutes had passed, and yet they seemed to be far deeper in the woods than they had ever dared venture before. It slowly began to dawn on the boy that he and his sister were being lured away from the safety of their backyard. Taking her by the arm, he hurriedly began to lead her in the direction opposite to the setting sun. With their house being east of the tree line, he knew this would lead them back home and to safety. Behind them, the eyes of the mysterious watcher regarded them with some interest, seemingly content to let them escape before it slowly faded back into the shadows. Almost 20 years later, perhaps the most infamous near-missing 411 case would take place several hundred miles away in the neighboring state of Ohio. On a Wednesday evening during late September of 2010, a bow hunter by the name of Jan Maccabee, wife of the revered optical physicist Bruce Maccabee, had ventured into the woods near her home to visit her usual hunting spot. The location in question consisted of a hide which had been installed atop a large tree and was accessed via a ladder from the woods below. Situated some 15 to 20 feet off the ground, it was surrounded on all sides by thick and towering branches, looking out onto an open corridor between the trees, which stretched away in an easterly direction.
No, that's not much scary.
Jan
Just
had
keep
already
on
been out
going
to the
backwards and
stand
backwards.
earlier that day to install a hanger for her bow, which she had
behind the tree,
photographed using her
and then behind
BlackBerry
another tree, and then
mobile
behind another tree.
device.
It's almost like they're coming out of the trees.
It was with the same handset that she now sat taking further pictures and texting her husband, while she patiently waited for any quarry to make its way out into the open. The rest of the day had been cool and damp, but as evening approached the temperature had risen, with the moisture on the vegetation around her slowly starting to burn off. Jan was midway through sending a text when she realised that the sounds of the forest had fallen completely silent. Unnerved when this eerie development did not abate over the next few minutes, she had shared her anxiety in a message to her husband. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of what appeared to be an unnatural haze, roughly halfway up a tree, situated about 20 feet away from where she was. Jan would later describe what she saw as similar in appearance to a mirage created when a road or other surface seems to shimmer under the heat of the midday sun. Initially believing that what she was looking at was the result of something caught in one of her eyes, she had closed and rubbed them for a few seconds before looking up again. But to her surprise, the strange haze was still apparently clinging to the side of the same tree, roughly 10 feet higher than she was. Then, without a sound, the mysterious entity glided down towards the forest
like
floor,
Predator, what the
directly
fuck?
across her field of vision, moving at a consistent and controlled speed.
See, I feel like when this happens,
Sitting perfectly
if the animals
still
go
so as
silent,
not
that's
to
an
betray
actual
her
thing.
presence,
But because they go silent, we
she
go
had
crazy.
just managed to take a
And
picture
so we
with
start
her
hallucinating
phone
shit like
before
that.
the haze
Like, what
reached
the
the ground
fuck?
below her. The moment it did so, it completely disappeared from sight, with all the sounds of the forest suddenly returning around her. Utterly perplexed by what she had just experienced, Jan took several more photos for comparison before cautiously clambering down from her hide. It would not be until much later that evening, over dinner with her husband and some friends, that she had related her experience. During the course of this conversation, Jan had produced her BlackBerry and examined the images of what she had seen
Her
for the
BlackBerry
first
phone?
time. Her photo,
That's
which has now been
ancient.
evaluated by specialists across the globe, including her own husband, seems to depict some sort of reflective pattern passing
That's
directly
a
before
potato
her.
cam.
And although there is no defined shape to this strange distortion, it is apparently reflecting and diverting the light around it, creating a prism-like effect. Later, on that same evening, she would learn that there had been a further mysterious incident at a local high school, not even an hour after her own experience. On that occasion, a late band
That's
rehearsal at
interesting,
a
though.
local high school had been halted by a bright light, which had been seen hovering in the skies overhead. As the students had ceased their practice and watched on in wonder, this strange object had changed colour, and then shot off at some speed into the heavens. When relating each of these three incidents, it is of note that Paulides has never sought to expand upon them or offer any form of overarching explanation. And although all three are very different in nature, they are unified by the apparent lack of an overt hazard to those who experienced them. In each example, be it an encounter with a portal to an unknown destination, or an entity whose intentions are unclear, no obvious threat or danger was presented to the witness.
But like the thing is,
And yet, in all cases, what was being experienced was so inexplicable and haunting in nature that those involved felt the need to disengage with it.
so they're gonna probably get at, where I'm gonna get at, is that this doesn't explain why people go missing in the woods. I don't know why I feel like it was almost presented in such a manner. If I'm wrong, it may have been because I wasn't like listening properly, but that's how I felt. And that's how I still feel, right? So this weird entity or these weird forest phenomena are not reasons why people go missing. They're just weird events that happen where, you know, one commonality between all of them is that the animals go silent. And that's not gonna be for a plethora of reasons. It could just be like, you know, like coincidence. It could be that indeed there is a more apex predator out there, or it could be something else, you know, that we are yet to like find, and that is completely unrelated to what was presented here, right? And what was I gonna say?
In retelling these occurrences, one can only speculate as to what awaited them had they pushed the envelope and proceeded to explore just that little bit further.
Yeah, and I guess what he's getting at too is like maybe like these events that happen to these people happen for a reason that, and that ended up maybe like saving their lives, right? That they didn't pursue it any further, because you know whenever like you're hallucinating or not feeling that well, right? It's better not to exert yourself, right? At the end of the day, and yeah.
Join us next week when we'll be recounting the tales of those who came even closer to never being seen again.
That's interesting, you know.
$5 your way.
Hold up. Hey, I want to sneeze, but never mind. Like,
in our previous episode, we recounted several alleged eyewitness accounts from survivors of strange occurrences, which might otherwise have ensured their disappearance and or demise. And whilst those accounts were certainly bizarre, each one was very different, with no single phenomenon to pinpoint exactly what is going on in North America's national parks. This week,
I don't even know what the
we
event
recount
is
three
still.
more strange tales of the near missing 411.
Hi guys, it's Simon from Bedtime Stories. Before we get into things, we'd like to thank this episode's sponsor, Private Internet Access. When I'm online researching the content for each Bedtime Stories episode, I'm downloading multiple documents from a whole range of different sources. And whilst I'm doing that, I'm leaving a digital footprint as I move from website to website, which could potentially be tracked by spammers and hackers. But using a VPN protects me from this, and Private Internet Access is one of the best providers out there. They hold a rating of 4.5 stars on Trustpilot, and their VPN is available across a wide range of platforms, including Windows, iOS, and Android.
What?
When I use Private Internet Access, my data is immediately encrypted and my IP address masked, providing me with 100% online anonymity. And with over 30,000 servers available across 83 countries, Private Internet Access is a truly global company, which allows access to content libraries outside your country of origin, such as Netflix and Amazon Prime. Your subscription also covers up to 10 devices, so you can protect other internet users in your household. Head over to privateinternetaccess.com /bedtimestories
right? So
and get yourself a 2-year subscription for under $60.
that may not be a little Halloween.
That's an
At least how it
amazing
began.
82% discount just for Bedtime Stories subscribers.
That's why I had the last
Plus, you
stream,
get 3
right?
months
Which
extra
was to
free,
act as that.
which means you'll have
Tomorrow I'm not
39
going to go
months
live,
of
by the way.
cover for little more than
setting that
$2 a
already.
month.
If
This
I do for
superb
whatever
offer also
fucking reason,
comes with
that's
a
just me
30-day
being
money-back
stupid.
guarantee, so you can buy with complete confidence. Do yourself a favour. Click the link in the description or pinned comment and grab yourself a bargain on the best VPN money can buy.
Yeah. Bum 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 ba-dum 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 bum bum. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. Let's see what these are about. Near missing 411 part 2. You just got done explaining all the events that, well, 3 types of events that had happened or happened. But like, I don't know. I feel like there's
On
nothing
the evening of
to
the
that.
2nd of September 2011, switchboard operators at the Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office received a panicked phone call from the parents of a missing child.
Huh?
The fact that the boy in question was just 3 years old was worrying enough.
Yeah, holy fuck.
But of much greater concern was the location he had apparently disappeared from. The parents' campsite was located in the foothills of Mount Shasta, a towering and inhospitable region which had claimed countless lives over the years. As a result, the area was soon flooded with personnel from every branch of the emergency services, as well as a sizable group of civilian volunteers.
They found him.
But upon their arrival, as the boy's father related the circumstances surrounding his son's disappearance, certain members of the search and rescue teams had shot nervous glances at one another.
Why though?
Apparently, the child had walked off into the surrounding countryside accompanied by the family dog, and it was only upon the canine's return that the alarm had been raised.
Yeah.
It had staggered back into the campsite, soaked to the bone and shivering from the cold, before collapsing onto the ground, exhausted and quite alone.
Oh, how sad.
The thoughts of the assembled emergency workers and volunteers had instantly turned to the nearby McCloud River, their immediate concern being the possibility that the dog had entered the water in some failed attempt to rescue its young companion. With the river's current being particularly strong due to recent rainfall, in such a scenario, the chances of locating the missing child would be very poor.
That's horrible.
It was with great relief then that 4 hours into the search, a canine unit had unexpectedly stumbled across the boy, alive and well, hiding in a small bush down by the riverbank.
You're still by the river though.
Carrying the tired and shivering toddler back into the campsite, there had been a few raised eyebrows over the fact that he had been found in an area which had already been searched several times.
That means he was just a good hider.
Such concerns were soon drowned out, however, with the outpouring of joy and gratitude when the child was reunited
at least he was found,
with his emotionally overwhelmed parents. But little did those present know it at the time that the boy's disappearance was only one small facet of a much deeper and more haunting experience.
That being, I'm almost done with my gum.
About 3 weeks after the ordeal, the boy's parents had gone out for the day, leaving him in the company of his grandmother, Kathy. As she had sat watching him play with his toys on the carpet in front of her, she had been delighted when out of the blue he said that he loved her.
Aww.
Her joy over this unexpected show of affection was short-lived, however, when he continued by saying that although he loved her, he did not like his other Grandma Kathy.
What?
As far
Oh my
as she
god, that's
knew,
scary.
She was the only Grandma Kathy in his life, as his maternal grandmother's name was Jenny. When she asked him what he meant, there had followed a somewhat awkward exchange, in which the boy explained what had happened to him during the time he had been missing. He related how he had been found by someone who looked exactly like her, but had walked and talked in a strange way. This other Grandma Kathy had apparently picked him up and carried him to a place underground full of strange-looking spiders, where he had seen what had looked like backpacks and guns all piled up.
What the fuck is this?
She had climbed down the ladder after him. Her body
Okay. Tell me this is something you would fucking totally expect in Danganronpa. Criminal number 1, criminal number 2, fucking criminal number 3. Is somebody being compliant with them? One of the characters about to die? What the fuck?
Flickered when the light coming from above had shone down upon her. When this happened, he had caught a brief glimpse of something else beneath his grandmother's skin, which convinced him that this wasn't really his Grandma Kathy. It was something else.
What the fuck?
To be her.
Okay, these are unnerving now. Holy shit!
To explain how there had been other strange people in the
No, because the guys, little kids saying weird shit like this just freaks me out. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, oh, like, oh, I can just imagine this happening to me. Just like, me, I'm like an old ass grandpa, right? My granddaughter, grandson, or whatever, right? Granddam saying, "Hey, grandfather, I don't like the other you," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" They're like, "Yeah, I saw you walking outside my window in Alaska," and I'm like, "What? I live here in California." What the fuck do you mean?
Ground, frozen,
You know
and
what I mean?
unmoving,
That's
like
unnerving.
robots which had been switched off. He had also related how the one pretending to be his grandmother had on several occasions tried to get him to defecate on a piece of shiny paper, not fully explaining the reasons for this odd request.
Weird.
When he had not been able to do so, she had told him a story about how she was from outer space, and that she had put him into his mother's tummy when he was a baby. This strange copy of his grandmother had then carried him back up to the surface and stayed in the bushes with him until they heard one of the search and rescue teams approaching. She had then left, telling him to wait in the bushes until they found him. When the boy's parents returned from their day
unnerving.
Trip, his grandmother had related his strange tale to them. At first, they laughed it off, marveling at their young son's vivid imagination.
What the fuck?
Only to pause when they saw the look of confusion and concern in Kathy's eyes. Nervously, she began to explain how a year previously, she had also been camping with a friend down by the McLeod River when she had an unsettling experience.
Oh shit, so she has her own thing, okay?
Awakening one morning, she had found herself lying face down in the dirt outside her tent and sleeping bag, with no recollection of how she came to be there.
Oh, that's scary.
Not long afterwards, she had been violently sick, and had discovered a strange mark on the back of her neck.
Oh my god.
She had initially assumed that she had been bitten by a snake or
No, because that would definitely cause you to be sick.
Friend emerged
but like
from
a spider and
his
a snake will probably
nearby,
cause like necrosis.
exhibiting the same dreary symptoms, and with an identical mark in exactly the same place on the back of his neck.
Oh my god.
When they spoke of what happened the night before, they discovered that all they could remember was seeing a pair of mysterious red eyes regarding them from the nearby trees.
That is unnerving. Holy shit.
Everything else was a complete and utter blank. 400 miles to the south of Mount Shasta.
Ooh, that's scary.
A bewildering occurrence would befall a young couple hiking through one of North America's most beautiful yet notorious national parks.
That one's a good story. This is a good story.
The pair had arrived at Yosemite as part of a larger group of friends who had embarked on a week-long camping holiday. Midway through their vacation, they were hiking near an area called Glacier Point when they realized just how far they had pulled ahead of the rest of their companions. They decided to sit and wait near a small boulder field and had been chatting for about 10 minutes when it suddenly dawned on them that the night had closed in.
Yeah.
This was
They're probably
immediately
gonna be left
troubling to
behind.
them, as they could have sworn it was no later than mid-afternoon. A quick check of their watches confirmed this, displaying the time as just after 3 p.m. Their first thought was that perhaps a solar eclipse had occurred, of which they were unaware. But this idea was quickly dismissed when they saw that the sky was full of stars and accompanied by a crescent moon.
Holy shit. That would look
Standing
beautiful.
alone in the night, with little in the way of equipment to make camp, they had begun to discuss the options available to them. But within minutes they became aware of raised voices, heading back down the trail towards them. After a short time, they could make out their names being called, and with the greatest sense of relief, they had answered. Torch beams danced across their faces as some of their friends rounded a nearby bend in the trail, accompanied by several park rangers.
Oh, wow.
The couple were initially confused by the overwhelming joy and relief expressed by all those present, but it soon became apparent that something extremely bizarre had occurred.
Yeah, like what?
According to their friends, They had been missing for the past 3 days.
What?
The boulder field in which the couple had waited had been searched several times, but not a single trace of them had been found. To this day, they have no idea what happened to them during that time.
I don't think they hallucinate. I think they must have eaten something that made them like
between the Tahoe and El Dorado National Forests.
like have like some weird
Placer
like
County
experience.
has always proven popular with hunters
I don't
and
know.
hikers alike. This is despite the fact that it is very close to the site where 5 young men would mysteriously disappear during the late 1970s, with 4 of their number later being found deceased, and the 5th remaining missing to this day.
It's bad.
A decade before that incident, an equally unusual and mysterious event would take place within the same hills and forests to the east of Yuba City, and it would again feature a small group of friends who had made their way out into the evening in search of adventure in nearby Cisco Grove. They were all keen bow hunters, and amongst their number was a 28-year-old local man by the name of Donald Shrum. As they had spread out amongst the trees looking for tracks, Shrum had somehow lost sight of the friend closest to him and found himself separated from the rest of the group.
Yeah.
A little
That's really
uneasy
bad.
at the prospect of wandering through the woods alone, he had searched in vain for the rest of his friends, but it was to no avail. As the evening had closed in, he had decided that the safest course of action would be to shimmy up a nearby tree and see out the night in the safety of its branches. But not long after he had done so, securing himself to the trunk by tying his belt around his waist,
Oh, that's a tactic I've heard
sight of
before.
a bright light moving through the sky overhead.
Well, was it Curious George? I swear there was like an episode of Curious George or something like that happened.
The
Maybe
approaching
not.
aircraft had begun to zigzag from side to
Like
side,
some like PBS
descending
kids.
closer to the ground as it did so.
So,
Believing it to be a
I don't know, I
helicopter,
remember. But remember, he
sent
did
out to
something like that.
locate him after his friends had raised the alarm, he had called out and lit flares to attract its attention. Sure enough, the light in the sky began to gravitate in the direction of the tree in which he was seated.
It's gonna get. Oh my god!
Continuing to descend until it landed at a point roughly 50 yards away.
Everything's a
It was
UFO
only
story,
then
right?
that the hunter realized that what he was looking at across the forest could not be a helicopter.
It was the
As
UFO.
aside from the fact that it was completely silent, it was far too large and had no obvious means of propulsion.
Yeah.
Shrum continued to stare at the object, which was shaped like a cigar and as large as a 14-story building.
It's shaped like
when
a.
a
You always
smaller
say
craft
that, but
suddenly
look at how
materialized
oval it
alongside
is.
it.
Oval-esque.
This lesser vessel then approached, coming much closer to the tree before landing on the ground nearby. Shrum stated that 3 figures, bedecked in silver reflective suits, then emerged from its interior. As he looked on, 2 of these figures, who he would later estimate to be around 5 feet tall, stayed with the craft whilst the third, which was much larger, began to make its way towards him. Shrum would go on to say that this third figure seemed to be acting under the direction of the other 2, and that due to its awkward and laboured movements, he could immediately tell that there was something quite unnatural about it.
Yeah, for sure.
As it reached the bottom of the tree, he realised that it looked less like a person.
Holy
and
shit,
more
is
like
that
an
Iron
mechanical
Man?
being. It had a head, body, arms and legs, but
What
it was
is
composed entirely of
what
a
is the
metallic
Tin Man doing here
material.
from Alice?
On its face, there
Yeah,
was an
Rob,
opening
what?
where the mouth would be,
The Tin Man
which
from
was
what is it
situated
called?
just below a
The
pair of
Wizard of
orange
Oz.
glowing eyes, but he couldn't see anything resembling a nose.
Oh my god.
Moments
It's Cyborg
later,
from Teen Titans.
the creature or robot or whatever it was produced a puff of white smoke from its mouth,
Oh shit.
which then floated up towards him and caused him to lose consciousness.
Yeah, but he had a belt around him, right?
When he came to a few minutes later,
Oh my god.
Shrum had looked down to see the 2 smaller figures now climbing up the tree towards him in an apparent
tend to affect his cap. Dude, these are like this. Dean was having like sleep paralysis while on this street. I swear to God, he's like, I don't know. Maybe like this is like the most dreamlike element right here. Meanwhile, these things are the fucking demons, right?
To affect his capture.
I don't know.
Shouting an alarm, he began to throw various items from his rucksack down upon them, hoping to force their retreat.
What is he saying?
Capture. Shouting an alarm, he began to throw various items from his rucksack down upon them, hoping to force their retreat.
So how did they get this story?
Before letting loose with an arrow at the larger entity, which was still standing at the bottom of the tree. A metallic sound rang out as the arrow struck the taller figure's exterior, which caused the others to retreat to their craft. They returned shortly afterwards, however, in the company of what appeared to be a second mechanical figure, which proceeded to issue forth more of the white gas. Again,
he's getting gassed out. What the fuck?
Coming to for a second.
This story's so crazy already.
Once again,
that it's like what the fuck?
Climbing the tree towards him, but this time they were much closer.
Yeah, this like sleep paralysis.
Arms mere inches from his feet.
Yeah.
Terrified, he used matches from his pocket to set fire to objects, which he then threw down upon them, causing them to scatter once again.
Yeah.
Shrum would spend the next hour or so fighting off further attempts to capture him, before he blacked out following a third dose of the mysterious white smoke.
What the hell?
He awoke in the dawn light,
what the fuck?
but there was no trace of either the craft or any of the beings which had tried to abduct him. An hour or so later, he encountered one of his friends, Vincent Alvarez, who explained that he had seen an odd-looking craft flying overhead whilst he had been out looking for Shrum. From the description offered by Alvarez, it soon became apparent that his friend must have seen the larger craft heading away from the area.
Yeah, and so he came closer to the area of origin.
To wonder if he had been successful in his efforts to prevent the entities from reaching him, or if they had done anything to him whilst he was rendered unconscious. Unlike the accounts featured in our previous episode, the witness...
Hold up. That was so good. This is so good. I was so glad I did not watch this on stream. Holy shit. That was legitimately unnerving. Dude, this is like... Oh my god, like... Because it not only makes you think why such beings would want you to fucking... Why they would want to get to you and, I don't know, even experiment on you. What I'm trying to say is, like, holy shit, the fact that they just did that, or that he experienced something like that, is obviously traumatizing, right? So in this regard, this is his, whether it be a hallucination or, I don't know, say it was real or something, which I doubt, it's still a traumatizing event, right? No matter which way you see it, because holy shit. Dude, imagine just like, I don't know, being in a park, and all of a sudden, like, you just notice nobody's actually at this park. Like, everything's just quiet. And then you just see these mechanoid things come at you, start spraying you with gas, start making you immobile, and then these aliens try to kidnap you. Which is like a common thing, not the gassing, but more like aliens coming after you, right? Trying to snatch you, put you into the ship, or even beam you up and stuff like that. That's insane. That's like beyond traumatizing, and you know, if something like that has happened to you in the past, it probably points to a sign of serious mental distress, right? Which means you should probably seek out a therapist and talk about this, because I don't know, if this event happened to me, that would be stuck in my mind, replaying over and over and over and over again. And I would want to find a therapist at that point.
This is involved in our last three...
And it's not that uncommon either. Therapy and aliens. Clinical okay, well, they're hypnotherapists, but like, the point is, there's treatment to, like, you know, people that say that they see aliens or are kidnapped by aliens. this treatment for them.
Stories were
This is what
ultimately
I know.
unsuccessful in their efforts to avoid contact with the
Holy
phenomenon
shit.
they had observed.
You
All
know?
of them would experience some degree of missing time, and
Yeah.
would be haunted by the uncertainty of what might have happened to them.
So the
whilst they
last
were
few
not in
ones.
possession of
So in the
their
last video,
faculties.
we learned like maybe like a natural weird event going on, right? And this one seems to point to like intruders, aliens, or I'm gonna use reptilians, but like you know what I mean, like underground cryptid that's like can cloak themselves, right?
And yet,
And look like family
as
members.
with the other cases
That's
we
scary.
have examined, none of those involved seem to endure any lasting harm
Yeah.
or undue suffering. Could it be that what they encountered is entirely unrelated to many other cases which have been identified
Could
by
be.
David Paulides through his work? That it may be something else which is responsible for the countless individuals who go missing each year in North America's national parks? It should be noted that aside from the accounts of Donald Shrum and Jan Maccabee, few of these cases feature verifiable names or dates regarding the events which took place.
Yeah, which makes it
Of
difficult.
course, makes them much more difficult to authenticate.
Because like, you know, without dates
There
or
is no
important
evidence
details like that,
beyond the vague
those events are
anecdotal
just vague.
retelling of what occurred, and the veracity of such statements remains uncertain. What is clear, however, is that the vast and beautiful landscapes of the North American continent hide many dangers, some of which we understand, and perhaps others we do not, and that we must continue to exercise great caution as we venture ever further.
That's just the moral
into
of all these stories,
these
right?
remote
We just need to be
regions.
cautious. But not because we're gonna get kidnapped, but because we're gonna get like, I don't know, abducted or something weird like that. Or we're gonna see weird events, or maybe because like the animals go silent, that means we're like in the presence of a predator. Not because of that. Just because, you know, we're just on our own, right? Pretty much. Even in a group setting, we pretty much are on our own group-wise, right? Yeah. You know, like I said last time, maybe venturing off to like Nevada or somewhere like where there's like a desertish area, and just exploring an RV van or something would be awesome. But of course, you know, I gotta be careful. If I do that, right? Maybe even stream it. I don't know. We can't do that this year because I don't even have an RV van. And I don't even drive. I don't even know how to drive. No, I know how to drive, but like I don't have like a license to drive, right? So studying for that. I'm lazy. Yeah. That was a good one. That one was a good one. So yeah, let's continue. That was a really fucking good one. Should we watch this at midnight? We'll keep this open at midnight. We better not disappoint.
I need.
Today's
For 2022, that might come true. Let's listen to this video.
Before you renew
You know,
Amazon,
with,
from natural
I'm covering like everything, right? Predictions, paranormal, whatever.
disasters to the fall of an empire, all the way
This is
to
dumb.
cryptocurrency, Nostradamus was apparently way
Uh-huh.
ahead of his time.
Listen
Let's
to
take a
this-
look at
this
some
is-
of his
this
predictions
stupid
while we
shit.
cover part 2
Don't-
of the top 10 dark Nostradamus
What they say
predictions
is
for
actually gonna be like the
2022 that might
theory
come true. Starting off in
or
our number 10
conspiracy.
spot, we have
They have
the
nothing
big
to do with
one.
it, right?
It has been predicted for many,
But
many years, and
don't
many
listen
people
to the
believe
details
that at
in
some
there,
point
'cause they're
there's going to
untrue.
be a pretty devastating earthquake in California, but it could
That
be
hasn't
coming up
happened yet.
quicker than we anticipated. Nostradamus has predicted that a huge earthquake will hit the New World or the Western lands, and California is truly the most likely place in the West for this to happen. With this prediction, he also gave some astrological indications of when he believes this will happen. He said that it would happen when Mercury is in Sagittarius and when Saturn is fading. It is said that the
the fuck
next
does that
time
even
Mercury
mean?
will make its transit into Sagittarius is closer to the end of the year in December, so it looks like we have quite a bit of time to wait out to see if this one comes true or not.
If this happens, I will dress up as California.
In our number 9 spot today, we have solar storms. We apparently might see some pretty intense and devastating solar storms this year. These storms were predicted by Nostradamus, but also have been in the news recently as the sun has been...
Nostradamus had nothing to do with this. I think whatever he says about this stuff, he just made that shit up. And, like, you know, as it happens to be, scientifically, it's plausible, whatever he said, right? So, in him predicting solar storms being more common and more common, it's not really like new or anything like that. In fact, there's a really good video. Physics Girl? I think what her name is. Let me put this on. Let me switch it up.
Now, I've been using Grammarly for years.
Oh.
In 1859, there was a geomagnetic storm so big that the aurora was visible in Hawaii.
Holy
yeah.
Wow.
They had telegraph systems.
True event.
Some of the operators were reported to be able to send messages even when they weren't plugged into their batteries. They were just using the current generated from this geomagnetic storm. This thing was the largest geomagnetic storm in recorded history. It was called the Carrington event.
A solar superstorm like this is not unusual. It could happen again today, and it would be way worse.
Yeah, because it would literally render all their devices useless.
More than the top 10 natural disasters in the U.S. combined.
We'll be set back like a century almost.
So, yeah, these solar superstorms
literally
are getting more and more likely leading up to 2025.
So they should claim more and more likely leading up to 2025.
So, first of all, that event is the same type of event that causes the aurora. The thing that we were chasing last night, the thing that we want to see tonight.
According with science.
Have you ever heard of solar cycles? The sun has these periods of activity where there's a period of when there are the most sunspots, and then periods of a little bit of calm about once every 11 years. Why every 11 years? Any guesses? Like, what happens every 11 years?
Seems very like nature to move in waves.
I was like, maybe it's a coincidence. It turns out that it's because on average every 11 years, the sun's north and south pole switch.
It flips.
So the Carrington event happened coming into the maximum of the 10th cycle of the sun, the 10th since 1755, when we started recording that the sun came in cycles. No one noticed that until they were able to see sunspots.
Yeah.
Remember when we went to Mount Wilson Observatory and they were drawing sunspots on paper? That was some of the first telescopes that were ever used to look at solar spots. Do you even know what the sunspots are? Sounded like a very condescending question. No. Have you ever seen a picture of the sun with like all these lines? Those are all magnetic field lines. And if you have a ton of them going into the sun,
and you can visualize them because of how the plasma flows.
Sometimes those magnetic field lines can get like wrapped around each other and twisted, and sometimes they'll just like snap and break into more of a smooth kind of configuration. And when that happens, we see a solar flare, this pop, like this release.
I was really surprised because I just hadn't pictured it yet until we started talking about it. But when you said we missed a storm, it shot up in a direction.
It shot off in a direction.
So every 11 years, you have more of a potential for a hit of a solar superstorm. And the last time, it missed us by 9 days because the sun was just facing the wrong way.
So yeah, 2012 is the near miss where a Carrington-sized event just missed Earth.
Wait, it happened in 2012?
2012.
The end of the world year? Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, but it just, the end of the world just...
Notice how, like, people got something that up, the end of the world.
Every 25 days.
That's
it just happened to be
but
not
facing
us by a
just me just
9-day
pointing out.
miss.
Because it's crazy, because this could cause a...
So we're now in the 25th
end of the world. In other words, we just regress.
You get increased solar flares. And you also get increased CMEs, or coronal mass ejections. Do you know what that is? It's like sun vomit. Whenever you get that snapping, you release a lot of mass that shoots material off into space that we call the solar wind.
In our atmosphere and the electromagnetic sphere
just fell out of the sky when there was a big solar wind.
Helps keep us alive.
It became
by
too dense.
kind of guarding off that.
Slowed down the satellites to the point where they couldn't recover and they fell down to Earth and burned up the atmosphere. that just happened. So it's a big deal when the sun's magnetic field flips. For us, what it means is these periods of heightened and potentially extreme solar activity.
Yeah.
So the peak of the solar cycle will happen in 2025.
Yeah.
So that means increasing solar activity right now, which means a higher chance of seeing auroras. We've got some solar wind coming, a geomagnetic storm coming. The aurora is going to come. Oh, dogs!
We went dog sledding!
What would mostly happen when a solar storm occurs is that fortunately nothing happens to our bodies, but things do happen to our
atmosphere,
systems because it's a bunch of charged particles.
That's
During the
summer
Carrington
sun.
event,
You
this
know,
was before
satellites go
even
out,
the US
electricity
Civil
some
War,
shit
so there
off,
were only
or
telegraphs.
overpower.
And the telegraph systems
Yo,
were sparking.
literally, if
It's like
I
using
need to
your
get a
computer and
fucking
getting
plug by
shocked through the
2025.
keyboard. Some
Just
of them
you
were
know, that's
catching
not-
on
that's not-
fire. Some
And it's
people were
basically
seeing,
to
like,
guard
these
off from events like
amazing
this,
swirling
what you would need is like a
colors,
specific
but
plug
it
in order
was
to not
visible
like
in
fry your
Havana,
electronics.
Cuba, in Key West, Florida, and some people thought that their cities were on fire, so it was a predominantly red glow all over the sky. Before we find out how solar superstorms affect us, a quick message. Thanks to Omaze for SUV. Style and power, 9.9 seconds, is currently 6 power to safely win heads toward us. Do you know why that creates the aurora?
No.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Do you know why neon signs light up?
Neons. No.
When you put a
Energy
high
levels.
voltage across a gas, that gives the electrons in the gas enough energy to fly off. When the electrons come back together with the gas that they flew off of, it'll emit a little bit of light. That's it. With the aurora, it's very similar. You've got all this mass of hot plasma raining down on Earth from the sun, and they'll bump electrons off of the gas in the atmosphere, and then those electrons will come back together with their atoms, and they'll release light.
So the electrons bump off the gas in the atmosphere.
Exactly. Earth is like a neon sign. In fact, you can actually detect the rays coming down from space.
Yeah,
with
and that looks
fluorescent
beautiful,
light
by the
bulbs.
way.
There was a guy at CERN that took a fluorescent light bulb, and he was able to see, like, oh, we're getting cosmic rays coming down because he's getting flashes of light inside the fluorescent bulb.
Cool.
Yeah.
So we're just blown away at the spectacle of like the Earth's defenses as it keeps like solar waves hitting us.
Exactly.
We're like, ooh, pretty.
Like, oh, it's so gorgeous. Do you know what causes the different colors? You change the gas that's inside the tube.
Whoa.
Remember how they talked about there's sometimes purples and reds and greens, and they happen in
those are
different
different
layers of
gases.
the atmosphere? The reason why is because it's different gases at different altitudes of the atmosphere.
It's for all those pretty shots.
Pretty
of
smart,
smoke
pretty
coming
cool, right?
Yes.
Sticking off like hair. It's like
Exactly. So we've been tracking the Northern Lights for the last week because
No,
we've
they're
been
getting
hearing
into an
from
important point. I
experts
just
trying
wanna-
to see them.
If you all to know.
But there's a website we've been following where you can look at the KP index. Basically, 2 upward, you can kind of see the Northern Lights. Then a 5 is good Northern Lights. That's what we got last night. It was amazing. They kind of correspond to storm classes. So a KP5 like last night is actually considered a G1 class storm. So that could potentially do some damage. It could cause your lights flickering, minor satellite disruptions. And then G5 is potentially widespread power outages, failures of transformers. They just build up too much charge to the point where they'll blow, create fires, potentially have grid blackouts, electrical grid collapse. So this entire city could just collapse. Not the buildings, but we would lose power in the entire city. And something like that happened in 1989 in Quebec. There was 6 million people that lost power, and it
That's a
was
lot.
not brought back up for 9 to 12 hours. Again, that wasn't even the largest type of solar
And it's in Canada
You
too,
wouldn't be
right?
able to
Like
track
imagine like it
when
was just
you-
was in the
Yes,
winter. That'd be
you have
horrible.
no refrigerator. You have no Xbox. You have no washing machine, no dryer, no computer. You wouldn't be able to charge your vehicle if we're moving more toward electric
and that's
vehicles, and
that's
the
an
grid goes
interesting
down,
point too.
which is terrifying. Anything that's plugged in, or your computer might get fried, your camera might get fried, if it's plugged into something. Chances are the smaller electronics wouldn't be as affected. If there's evidence of a solar flare incoming, one of the best things to do would be to unplug all of your So the economic impacts of something like the Carrington event, $2.6 trillion is one of the estimates. $2.6 trillion, and
That's a lot.
Could potentially take
USA debt, right? Let's look at that. We're $31 trillion in debt, right? Because this is billion. Yeah, $31 trillion in debt, right? 31 trillion. Of course, this is not me being like, oh my god, guys, look at this. It's 2.6 trillion. It's 3.3 trillion, right? Yeah. That's a crap load of money we're basically adding to our fucking debt.
4 to 10 years to recover from.
Yeah.
Because the grids go down. Once you damage that much critical infrastructure, it takes a long time not only to make that, but to repair it.
Yeah.
It's a serious problem. This is something that scientists have been warning about for such a long time. One of the reasons that putting safeguards and boosting our electrical infrastructure is so crucial.
Yeah.
We think of this as such a modern society where like the problems of the past don't affect us.
Exactly, but
in
they
fact,
do.
This is a problem that affects us more now because we rely so much on electric.
Yeah, and this is something important, which why we need more electrical engineers.
I'm not a doomsday person, but like we need to boost our infrastructure.
Yeah, we
I
do.
just want to figure out how.
No, we do. The U.S. lacks a lot. Like we need to improve our electrical infrastructure to become more green, but at the same time, know that going green, it's gonna cause us to up our carbon footprint because that's just the nature of things, right? And what do you call it? We need to up our public transport. You know, there's so much the U.S. needs to do, like homing infrastructure too. You know, home infrastructure, right? It's like we need homes for people, right? You don't want people to be homeless. You know, we need ways to support people, social security nets. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. This is what the USA lacks. You know, that's enough of me being political. We need to help people in every way we can, right? That's my thought. That's how I see things, right? And what was I gonna say? Back to Nostradamus, who just fucking probably didn't even know what the fuck solar storms are, and it's just
showing more and more activity. These solar storms could have a terrible effect on our Earth and mess with available resources, and could potentially even render some areas unlivable. Not to mention how these solar storms can affect satellites that are in our orbit, which would cause a tremendous amount of trouble for our technological world. Nostradamus said that these storms could cause the water levels on Earth to rise, which would of course begin to submerge more land. If this were to happen, we could potentially see mass migration and fighting over resources. Hopefully the sun just feels like acting calm, cool, and collected, because if it doesn't, there really isn't much we can do about it. In our number 8 spot today, we have the earthquake.
Wouldn't it be funny? Nostradamus just became like a martyr, right? Am I using that word right? Martyr. Fine. I can't even spell. The person was killed? No. Yeah, I mean, misusing that word. A person was saturated. Oh. I guess I kind of use it. I don't know. But the point is, like, oh my god, we should have heeded his fucking words. Like that would have been.
This prediction Nostradamus had is in reference to a natural disaster that it is said he predicts will happen this year.
Didn't they just do the earthquake one?
Nostradamus has said that he believes an earthquake will strike the country sometime this year, but he says that he believes it will hit in the middle of the day. I am absolutely hoping this prediction does not come true, but it is said that if it were to, the timing of it would be the best possible in order to avoid as many casualties as possible. He does
predicted everything,
very
guys.
clear that he believed that the material
They
loss as a
predicted the
result
3DS,
of
the
this
DSi,
catastrophe would be
Nintendo's
great. Unfortunately, there
upbringing.
isn't a very precise way to measure how accurate or inaccurate these kinds of scary predictions are.
He
We
predicted
simply just have to hope
MERS.
for the best
You
and
know they
wait and see.
existed.
In our number 7 spot today, we have the new position. It is believed that in one of his predictions, Nostradamus alluded to a new pope coming into the position soon. It is believed that Nostradamus referred to the pope in a few of his quatrains, but he has also explained that his successor will be a young man. People who have gone on to interpret his prophetic quatrains have some grim news about this new pope, however. It is said that the new guy is going to create a scandal that will last for years to come in the Catholic Church. It is unclear exactly what will happen after this, what this scandal will be, but many people don't have very high expectations and think that this might be a true turning point for the papacy. In our number 6 spot today, we have the Golden Period. This is an interesting prediction, most especially because Nostradamus isn't the only prophet who is said to have made it. This one doesn't pertain to just 2022, but involves a time starting a couple years ago and leading up to 2025. Basically,
you know what's interesting too? I just got done in the other video explaining that by 2025 is more likely that there's a solar event happening, right? Nostradamus was not a scientist. Oh, he was an astrologer and physician. Okay, interesting. Never mind, he was a scientist, but then he went more to the occult area, right? Maybe he did predict all this shit happening because of a solar storm or something like that. I don't know. I thought he wasn't. I thought it was just, he was like some of the trying to bring science to the occult. That's what I remember.
Prediction is that right now we're in the midst of a period of change, and in 2025 we will be introduced into a completely new world order. It is said that this change will then lead us into a golden period of about 1,000 years where things are just good for humanity. It is said that the period of 2019 to 2025 is one where evil is ruling the world, but 2025 is where things are set to get better.
You know what's fucking weird? Okay, cause like you know, it's like he predicted all this bullshit. Just to some degree, also it's like, well, the facts that we're being presented with even real in the first place? Because like, you know, research of Nostradamus creepypastas, by the way, and in there's a lot of fucking made up stuff. Nostradamus, I told you no. I told everyone that would be even if he came in with glasses. I won't. But the meaning of all of them. Yeah, you're right. Like weird shit like that, you know what I mean? It was allegedly divided. You know, it was weird shit like that. Nostradamus and all that. You know, it was weird shit like that.
I don't know how I feel about this one, but it certainly is compelling. It is said that other prophets have also said similar things about this time period, and that this has...
No, they have actually said this stuff. I believe Baba Yaga or whatever her name is. Vanga? I forget her name. But the point is she also like predicted something similar. Going on to state something along the lines that hold up. Do I want to sneeze? I want to sneeze. Oh, achoo! Something like that. Hold on. What was I? Basically being that sometime in like, I guess like 23rd century would be like in a golden age of humanity where we'd be able to do whatever. There we go. Let's check it out. Let's see. A virtual reality takeover. Okay. Invasion of Earth by aliens with the arrival of an asteroid. If you ask me, we only have 2 months for that to happen. Is that gonna happen? Hell nah. That's not gonna happen. More earthquakes. Okay. See. Global hunger will be eradicated 2025, 2028. You know what's crazy? they say the same thing nowadays in a different guise. Elon Musk can stop global hunger and eradicate it practically. Is he gonna eradicate it? No. You know, the same shit can be said. It's just, you know, these people just see a moment of prosperity in the future because they know tides of change are coming, right? And so they project something. What is this? From around 2072, a classless society will thrive in hand with nature. That sounds awesome. That can be pulled off. Okay, like, see, this is actually more likely. It's like the universe will end in 5079. Like, okay.
It is for
it's like weird shit like that. Oops.
Even been mentioned in ancient scriptures in different cultures as well. In our number 5 spot today, we have currency. This Nostradamus prediction reads, quote, "The copies of gold and silver inflated, which after the theft were thrown into the lake. At the discovery that all is exhausted and dissipated by the debt, all scrips and bonds will be wiped out." In this day and age, I guess people have
see, there you may think like, oh fuck, he was smart. He probably just threw that in there to police people. When was Nostradamus around anyways? Oh, I can't even spell. 1966, when did he die? 1966, interesting. This was like a whole century before, actually 2 centuries before the French Revolution, right? Yeah, a century before, basically. Yeah, because Napoleon ruled the 1800s, basically.
Deciphered this to be a nod.
You know, that's crazy, because, like, you know, in the 19th century, you kind of had, like, I mean, no, that doesn't make sense. But I was about to present some fucking stupid interpretation of this. Never mind. Yeah, because, like, you had, like, 2 big wars, right? In the 18th century, you had a big war, 2 big wars in Europe, right? The shifting powers, stuff like that. That mirrors the 19th, the 20th century as well. The 19th and 20th. The 17th century, the American Revolution, right? In a sense, it was smaller because, like, and it happened way earlier too. Because, like, you know, it's crazy that still happened because, you know, it's set in motion a lot of events. Yeah, no, I don't know what else happened in the 17th century. I think there was like one more like event that shifted a lot of things. But like the 1500s and 1600s is kind of like ruled by I guess like imperialism, right? And colonialism as well.
To cryptocurrency. I was hoping that they were going to take away my student loans, but I guess not. The bots in the comments are going to love this one, though. Apparently, he is describing the decline of good old-fashioned forms of currency and the rise of this new kind of currency. I'm not so sure how, if this really is what he was saying, he was able to make this kind of prediction hundreds of years ago, but hey, I could say that about some of the ones that have already come true, I guess. In our number 4 spot today, we have flooding. There are all kinds of natural disaster predictions for this year, but this is one that has already come true. Nostradamus predicted that this year, Australia would see an increase in flooding. He predicted that there would be some very serious and severe bouts for the country, and just 2 weeks ago, this really did come to fruition. Over 100 millimeters of rainfall hit southeast Queensland over the weekend just a few weeks ago. This left thousands of people without power, homes and businesses underwater, and people lost their lives. This flooding was the worst that was seen in the area since 2011, and at the time,
it's happened before, you know what I mean?
A once-in-a-century event, so you can imagine the residents' surprise when just a decade later, they were once again facing this very serious and frightening issue. So,
I mean, if it happens once in a century, then
it was bound to come true. This one already has. In our number 3 spot today, we have depopulation. In part 1 of this video, we talked about nuclear warfare and the predictions related to that, and today we are talking about a prediction Nostradamus had in relation to a possible nuclear incident. It is said that he predicted that some countries will have to deal with depopulation soon as a result of chemical weapons and nuclear fallout. He wrote, quote, "Within the isles a very horrible uproar. One will hear only a party of war, so great will be the insult of the plunderers that they will come to be joined in the Great League." This prediction is a terrifying one because if this is the result, it makes us wonder what the catastrophic event is going to be that causes this. Right now, it is clear that every country is doing their absolute best to avoid any kind of scenario where these types of things would be used. So let's just hope that this continues to work out and this prophecy.
Actually, when did this happen, dude? Like TOS. That was like a month in, right?
Video.
Wrong one. This is for midnight, right?
Is one that never comes true. In our number 2 spot today, we have drought. Like I mentioned before, there are many natural disaster predictions for this year, and one of them has to do with drought. We are talking about unprecedented levels of drought globally, and it is said that at the moment, every continent except Antarctica is experiencing it at some level. Droughts aren't exactly a new thing, but with the rise in temperatures and the change in weather patterns and precipitation for
this is what this video is doing too. They're just presenting these facts as logical, right? Which is true. The drought is happening right now. But did Nostradamus predict it? No.
It is something that is getting a little more frequent than it might have been previously. He doesn't elaborate on how long this will last or what the lasting damage of this will be, so I guess only time will tell. In our number 1 spot today, we have the fall. This is quite a grim prediction, but it is also a very large one. Nostradamus is said to have predicted that soon we will see the fall of a large empire. That would be quite a thing to see come to fruition, as it's been hundreds of years since the last time we saw an empire collapse, and before that it was even longer. It isn't quite clear exactly how this is said to come to fruition or what consequences of fallout would be after, but it would be absolutely shocking. There is the possibility of this happening after some sort of war or conflict, but it isn't exactly clear where this will occur or what will end up replacing the empire after its fall. All right, guys, that has been our list for today. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, so like I said, these are just predictions. Like, you know, I can say like tomorrow we're gonna see the fall. That's right. Australia's gonna fall apart tomorrow. See you all later. Bye. And you know what I mean? I could just see some fucking off-putting shit like that. And then, like, what happens tomorrow? Like, on the news, just like the smallest little event. And then I'm like, see, guys, I told you it's the start. And then, you know,
so much for
that's how you get, like people fucking following you around and be like, oh my god, give me your next. Well, I don't like covering stuff like that. This is, you know, it's just stupid. I drive horse story. Okay. Astrophobia, waste space, terrifying. That would be a good one to watch. This. Okay. No, I'll do the gum. What's this one? No, yeah, our winter's gonna get so fucked. Like, you know, climate change is gonna continue being a fucking big issue. You know what? Just to continue, these were like the fucking corona.
No, guys! Whoa, the car's leaking! What's happening? Get out of the car!
Is watching for an hour? Oh, I'll just be in the background doing my essay.
Oh shit! Fort Churchill, evil incarnate, has irresistible symbolic force.
No way! That would come up right.
By the way, I did watch the first portion. It does seem to exaggerate a bit of the events.
Yeah, dude, this is just
That's a mosquito biting. Oh my god!
Talking about a skinwalker.
I'll be back.
What about the devil not as a symbol, but as an actual willful being that can not only affect human events, but enter human bodies?
No way! He just got shit. Guys.
No.
That's a man.
Alright guys, it is time that we do another Skinwalker video. We are joined here with Seth Borden and Exploring with Josh.
Yeah!
We're excited to be here, by the way.
I am too.
Yeah, taking us out.
This is gonna be scary as
We're breaking shit all over YouTube, bro. So
Honestly,
once you guys get into this, you're stuck. More or less, we brought these guys because we are still trying to prove everything we can. We've obviously done Skinwalker videos where pretty much the proof has come to the plate, and just I don't know if there is any more to prove. But we're here at Churchill, and last time when we went to Churchill, it was just a normal ghost hunt. But then we started getting stories from a lot of locals who watch our stuff telling us that this is Skinwalker Land. Guys, before we do jump into the history, please check both of their channels out. They will be down in this video's description.
I love you.
With that being said, let's get into the history.
A shapeshifter, known to be a person or being able to change their physical form at will. Tonight we make a return to Churchill after 1 year. And the reason why we are making this return is because we dealt with what is known to be a skinwalker. And this is where it all started.
Say something that will make my day.
Fort Churchill, evil incarnate, has irresistible symbolic force. What about the devil not as a symbol, but as an actual willful being that can not only affect human events, but enter human bodies?
These animals are incredibly strong, and they can very easily kill or seriously injure a person.
This location was the very first time we had ever dealt with anything like this.
Built in 1861, the whole point of this fort was to protect early settlers during their expansion out west. During this time, a lot of conflicts with the Native Americans would happen while the settlers were trying to cross their land.
It was also a very important stop for the Pony Express and a supply depot for the Union during the Civil War. Unfortunately, there was a couple of horrible events that would happen during this time, starting with 2 men who had kidnapped and attacked a couple of the Native American women in that area.
I miss something we never have, you know.
Have they shown up anything like Team West yet? What the hell are they showing up?
She's really changing the rules of how
it's yellow, but it looks like one.
Immediately after this, the Paiute tribe retaliated and killed the settlers that were involved with taking their people. A little while later, after learning of what had happened in retaliation, the group of settlers created their own little vigilante army and did exactly the same thing. They went and attacked the Native Americans, which ultimately led to 2 major battles. These battles would later be called the Paiute War, and it was the worst conflict between the U.S. military and the Native Americans in Nevada's history.
But what they don't tell you is how gruesome things actually got. After the Second War, when the Union had won, they had proceeded to go gather their fallen soldiers. Upon discovery, they had found a lot of their soldiers missing their heads. And this was very strange because the Native Americans didn't really ever do this during their previous wars. And to add to the mystery, these heads weren't found until months later, miles away in a canyon.
Speculations say that after the Second War, when the Native Americans had lost, they obviously weren't too happy about that. So they'd placed a curse on the land and the people that inhabited the land that was taken from them. And rumor has it a monster came to collect on that curse.
Residents there say they've heard unusual animal sounds at night, and several ATV riders say they've seen unusual.
I wound up skipping a little bit
in distance.
To this day, when people go and visit Churchill, they will hear what sounds like somebody asking for help. And apparently, if you go to these voices, then things might end horribly for you. Our goal here tonight is to find out if any of these stories are true and to see if we can gather any information from the spirits who did die on this land.
Cool. We'll keep that goal in mind. Yeah, like, you know, I was taking the piss out of them last time, but it was on the Sam and Colby channel, so I don't know. Their stuff was like a little different, and they had it planned out a little differently too. But I feel like the way they presented this was way better than they did in the other one. You know what I mean? So there's that.
And if we do hear a voice, then the first thing we want to do is try to.
Can you check if somebody knocked on the door? It was my dad. Hold up. Let me turn off the light. Actually, I'm gonna be working on a. Yeah, no, we're working on a PowerPoint
To find out what it is. So,
yeah, I'm gonna be a little more hushed.
Yo, guys! The car's leaking! What's happening? Get out of the car! Everybody out of the car!
The police, what happened?
Oh, shit. Yo, get the gear out. The car might catch on fire. Holy shit, bro.
What is that?
It's coolant, bro.
Oh, it is a coolant. All right, yeah.
I've never seen it come out of the.
No, me neither.
Our
Holy
gears were
shit,
more
that's
than the
horrible.
car, so.
Now we're on the side of
What
the road
the
in the
fuck?
desert. We're literally on our way to film at Fort Church Hill.
You guys are cursed. I hate you guys.
It's steam. I don't think you guys can see the steam.
It's not us, though. Actually, low key, though.
Low key, we're cursed.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Might be it. Anyways, these guys are super smart because they had their cameras out already, so they were able to pretty much catch just about everything. The car started smoking while we were driving to one of the locations. We were going to go film Fort Churchill because there's some skinwalker sightings and just the stories. Yeah, and then liquid started rushing out of down here. Antifreeze, whatever the was.
I'm just happy we're all stuck out here together.
Josh said he wanted a group shot. We can definitely take one now.
Yo! He's sticking in front of the car.
This is crazy.
Help! Somebody help me!
Yeah, I would be laughing too. Oh, what a group of friends like. Oh, that's horrible.
You may remember us. I don't know if you do. It's been months. But if anybody can hear me, see all of these other guys, I'd like to introduce all of us. My name is Ryan.
My name is River.
My name is Wyatt.
My name is Josh.
You have to see all their names.
And my name is Seth.
Now we're here so that we can try and see if anybody would like to speak with us. I don't know how long it's been since you've had a conversation. I remember the last time we had a great conversation, but we're also here to find out about this creature. Maybe it's more than one creature. We know the land is cursed. Maybe you could give us some information about this said creature that walks this land. Okay, first things first, let's bust out some devices, guys.
Already getting that vibe.
Yeah, me too. I feel like this is about to blow up this whole place with energy.
I'm gonna go ahead and start with this device here. What I'd like to do is stick it in one of these windows because what I remember and what the two others remember when they were here with me is that one of you or somebody, something, was standing on the outside staring at us through the window. Now it was that window over here, but since... Guys, where are all of you?
Did you just hear that?
Somebody was just walking on the outside of the window again.
I told you. No way.
No, because me and Wyatt...
Hang on.
It's a ghost. It's a ghost, guys.
Dude, look, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. No joke whatsoever. This is a flashback, bro. This was a full flashback of what just happened to us.
It was like they stepped in a bush.
Somebody just said something. just said something. We are not allowed to be in here. So if it is an actual human being, we might get. I'm gonna say this. Skinwalkers are very good at imitating something, okay? Like I said, if this is a human being
This is not a skinwalker.
but if this is something that's with us right now, then that's even worse.
Yeah, I don't know.
This object right here in my hand, I'm gonna go ahead and stick in this window. What I'd like you to do is walk up to it, hold on to this metal rod, please. What it's gonna do is start buzzing and light up. I'm gonna go ahead and walk away. Whenever you feel like making it go off, feel free. We're gonna give some distance.
No way! No way!
I just turned off my camera. And it makes sense. What validates is we were hearing stuff out there. What?
Oh. It's Josh's music box. Ryan crossed it. I forgot you put that there.
See how on edge we are? We really are, guys.
Dude, I thought frickin' someone just got bit by a snake, bro.
Can you touch the REM pod again so we know that you're here?
Use your energy, please.
No way!
They're physically grabbing it.
That's a hard grab.
Bro, I know. Dude, their energy is crazy.
How about this? I've got an object, a device that you can use your words. Maybe we can find out right away who you are. Find out what is around us. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and use a device, Spirit Talker. What spirits are essentially supposed to be able to do is use their energy, choose a word or a sentence, and kind of let us know what's going on. Right. I put it in airplane mode so that there's no interference whatsoever with the world, you know?
No, that's not what airplane mode does.
Go ahead and show you what I do.
It just makes it so that sensitive equipment.
No Wi-Fi, no service. So then I'm gonna go ahead and
on the
click
airplanes,
into my app.
it didn't hurt.
Boom. I'm gonna go ahead and start it and see what they say. I'm gonna go ahead and set
Activated or
this
affected.
device, this object right here. Whatever words you want to say, sentence you want to say, please give
Keyword
us a
being
sign.
sensitive airplane equipment.
Whoever we heard, whoever can hear us, step over here. Use your words. Who was outside of this wall? Who was just walking? Maybe you could give us a name or just warn us about something.
Just checking to see where you were because I was just tripping.
Did you hear it again?
I heard like a screech over there.
No, I heard it too, bro.
Yeah, but it sounded kind of like weird, like something smashing something. Admire! Dude.
They were outside the wall, dude.
And they're admiring us.
You were just checking us out, huh? Well, who is this? Was this somebody who had died here at war during battle? Or is this something else?
That one step?
Was hard.
Okay, I thought I was tripping.
Like that. Yeah. That's what we heard clear.
There we go.
That's the third time.
Scared.
Oh my god. Is it because they know that we're scared, or are they scared? That's the other thing.
No idea,
but they
bro.
just admired us, so...
While we were walking, we were all on edge, and we've been on edge since we left the car.
Well, bro, it's a weird vibe. It really is. Like, it's so weird because, like, I'm not used
Yeah,
to this
so-
Skinwalker stuff. So now I'm just on edge even more harder than ever. And then there's also everything
I'm
else
not
I
used to
know
this
about.
Skinwalker
That's because we're on a
stuff.
whole different level, bro. You guys walking into this, y'all got some nerves.
Can I just
You all
say
got
what
some
I am
nerves?
thinking right now?
Yeah.
Scared.
What is the
This could be
commentary?
someone who lived here at one point, and since the Native Americans
This
cursed
guy is
this land,
definitely
they
like
were
Zach
scared of
Bagans.
whatever was going around.
Are you a Native American?
The best episode of Ghost Adventures was the Skinwalker Ranch one. That
Are
one
you a
was
Native
sick as
American?
fuck. It just was.
Did you just hear yes?
No.
You guys
This
did
reminds me
not
of
hear
that.
yes?
Except
I
like they're
literally
not gonna
just
show
heard
off aliens or
yes.
anything like that.
I swear on everything.
No! No! It said no! Straight up, no!
But that episode
I'm
turned
sorry,
from like
holy
hunting
shit,
ghosts
dude.
to like hunting
Wait,
aliens.
hold on.
So you heard yes?
What if this is a skinwalker
Skinwalker,
talking to
dude.
us? I swear I heard yes. Like that.
You might have heard the... I didn't hear yes, but I heard the straight up no right there. But it answered us regardless. It still answered us.
Okay.
The odds of that?
That was an
Come on.
instant answer, too.
Yeah.
So we have one thing telling us yes, it's a Native American.
Right.
And then we have another thing
telling us no, it's not. So what the is it? Is there skinwalkers out here right now? Oh my god!
Oh no!
I don't
Oh
like
my
that
god.
at all. Surprise! It's
Surprise,
me.
surprise! There's a
You know what
skinwalker.
I am?
Either that or
It
there's
knows, bro.
It's taunting
because
us,
it's seen you here before.
This is a little off topic, I'm sorry, but I keep hearing this metallic, like an old music box that keeps going ding, ding, ding.
Unless that's old Native American music playing and residual energy. That is very possible.
That is fucked up. What did you say?
That sounded like whimpering, bro.
Dude.
You know what the comments say? What are the comments? Okay, yeah, the comments are out of like order.
So then there's music going on in the back too.
I
got
have
these two
an
objects that are
Aztec
also
death
sensitive.
whistle, and I am a
If you were to move them at all, lights
That's
start to
all
appear.
I need to
I'm gonna go
read.
ahead and set one here, and then one right there.
That's all I need to read.
Like
Gates
you're
are coming.
getting surrounded and stuck.
It sucks because we're getting surrounded and we can't even see them. What makes it worse?
hand.
Off, dude.
Out by.
But
I'm not about to get grabbed right now.
That's
My hand was just
but
right there.
why didn't they
Maybe
react?
He was just saying, "I see your hand."
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's scary because we don't know who or what we're talking to right now yet. They
Those
haven't
are
given us
biased.
any names. They haven't told us anything.
No.
They're just being cryptic as hell, and it's really freaky.
Hmm.
What is that?
I hear it now. That too. Footstep. We've been hearing footsteps. Everything that has ever came out of that
Head
freaking
step.
thing has been always on point.
Are you gonna tell us
Literally.
your name? Please tell us your name.
I watched that happen.
Dude, I wonder if there's someone out there.
There's gotta
You
be.
think I should take my music box and put it out into a
That would be
window?
a really good idea.
So right now,
You have a music
what did that
box?
say? Box.
Oh.
Box or box?
Box.
Okay.
Talking about the REM pod.
Got it.
Most likely
I'm
it
like,
is.
no wonder
So
this
right
guy
now,
was hearing
obviously
music
we're
and
getting a
people
lot
were
of
like, what
movement
the
and other
fuck?
stuff outside. We're gonna take my music box and we're gonna put it against one of those windows outside. See, obviously it can detect you, so.
Music box.
Music box.
I didn't even think
That
about
too. That too. As I pick this up, bro, if that goes off, I'm gonna run out, cause that's freaky. Can you come over here and look at me in the eyes?
That's not up. Yeah, you're gonna turn into stone, bro.
You got balls.
Are they even recording with the cameras?
Dude.
Do they just have the cameras as
trick you,
props?
It seems like.
Yeah, they're tricksters. They always try
Yeah,
to
I'm kidding.
convince you that they're
I'm
hurt.
joking around.
They
I'm
convince
taking
you
a
that
piss
they're
with that.
human. They convince you
Yeah.
of all these things. They trick people.
You
They
good?
shapeshift, like you said.
You okay?
I heard somebody grunt.
If there is anybody else out here, any other spirits who can give us some information, can you please come and talk to us? Maybe show us that you're here. Give us a sign so that you can understand what we're saying, please.
I hear the bell. Where is that?
That was footsteps.
Did you guys just hear the footsteps?
Is.
They
They
want
do
us
look
to
like they're
kiss.
from Kiss.
I knew it, Seth.
Right. See.
We're just looking for an answer,
They're from
please.
Kiss, guys.
Don't be shy.
Tell me. Tell me they don't look alike. Tell me they don't look alike. Right? Am I right, guys? Yeah, you're. Oh, this is. I want to check where like the copyright is. That way, I can just remove this section of the video and just have it uploaded. Wait. I know an easier way. Well, I'm gonna have this play in the back.
They want us to kiss. I knew it, Seth.
Right. See?
We're just looking for an answer, please.
I'm actually not gonna work.
Don't be shy. We're not here to harm anybody.
I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, whatever's out there, we could draw them towards us because they think we're injured.
I'm terrified of that. I mean, we are in the hospital too. That's gonna trigger.
Light.
Our
Dude,
lights.
maybe that's why they're not coming here.
They don't like lights. Dude, if we shut these off and they come in here, we're dead.
Probably.
Screw
What
that.
the fuck?
I want to know why they won't tell us their name.
Why are they being like that? They need light? What? What is up?
The only way to kill a skinwalker in the lore is to know who it is and know their name.
Really?
Hold on.
Wow.
That's why they don't tell you their name.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. What the hell?
That's tough.
Can you do us a favor, please?
I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Can
You guys
walk
need to
up
see the camera,
that
like,
object right
flicker
there?
or just
Can you let us watch you? Please
take
set
it
it off.
I'll come back right now. So I will just do that. Hello. What else?
Right?
I'll be back.
I saw it with my own eyes, bro. Thank you so much. Maybe you can walk in front of that one over there. It'll just make music. I'm gonna go ahead and actually set up mine as well. I think what I'm gonna do is probably put it right there, facing out also. You never know.
Should we try an EVP right here?
That would be
Yeah, let's set this up.
Let me set this up and then I have the same device, the same object as that one over there in the window. I'm gonna go ahead and set it this way, facing outward. It's just gonna make music. It's gonna calibrate real quick and then I'll go ahead and kind of explain from this end. Demonstrate! No, it just said demonstrate!
How did it just say that?
If you walk outside here, walk in front of it like that, it'll just start to make music just like that. That was so cool!
Oh, the demonstrate?
I was literally just explaining, and then they said demonstrate. So like they wanted me to show them how it worked.
That's so freaking cool.
Yeah.
So intelligent.
Like, what are the odds?
Maybe some of these objects, these devices, they don't know. That's usually why I go ahead and explain how they work to you guys and to whoever can hear us. If you can, use your energy, please, and kind of just show us. I know I keep asking, but we just want to know if you're around us so that we can kind of have the conversation with you that we're trying to have. I'm a woman. Guys.
She pushed my...
Bro, I told you.
Thank you so much for giving us that information.
Dude,
Were
what's
you one
wrong?
of the women who lived here? Maybe you could give us that information, because somebody just walked in front of that. Maybe you could do it again for us.
Matthew.
Dude.
Holy shit.
Guys, there was actually that one time when those men who had lived here did some of that sketchy stuff with the Native American women. What if
That's
the Native
right.
American woman is talking about, because they got abused, bro.
She pushed back.
Yeah, she pushed. So I think the man is like pretty much, or it could be like a reenactment, dude. Like she pushed me though, playing the blame game.
That's interesting.
Are you upset that we're in this building right now? Do you want us to leave?
Did you just hear that walking?
Yes.
You swear.
I swear to God, bro. It was in this direction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so clear. That is so clear. Okay, that's crazy. This is what we kept hearing last time. Who's out there?
Dude, that's gnarly.
Why are you stalking us?
Oh!
I caught it.
You caught it?
Yes.
Witness! There was a witness! I had a witness. There was another man there who also did a bunch of the shit to those Native American women.
Or weird enough, I just witnessed that going on.
That's what I was thinking.
Why? What is this? Is this not the jail?
Hospital.
This is weird, bro.
But bro, those footsteps were really walking, bro.
Yeah,
That was like
loud.
that was like true walking.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? Somebody could. We just heard walking. What if they just went around straight in front
Oh
of
That's what I
my
was thinking.
God,
Yeah,
bro.
exactly. That's what I thought.
Can you walk in front of that again, please? Make some of the music keep going.
With all due respect, we are here just to try and get some answers, have a conversation with you, and also find out if the stories are true about the Yi Now Blushi, the Skinwalker. I'm warning you guys.
Join
Oh
us.
my god.
I don't like that.
Dude.
Why is that way more weird because you said it in their language?
What do they mean by stuff? Do they mean join us, like let's talk about it, or
Bro,
like what?
They want us to go outside.
is that what you want? You want us to go out there, huh? Last time we were here, we felt way more safe when we were inside of
In the
buildings.
buildings, that's true.
The fact that we keep hearing footsteps around us,
Oh,
right?
they're surrounding us,
They're
dude.
surrounding
waiting.
us, pacing back and forth, waiting for their chance.
Well, wait. Oh!
Oh my god!
No way,
Oh
dude.
my god!
No way.
Thank you so much!
Are we in danger if we step outside?
You heard that? You guys heard that? For an example, guys, the Lovelock Cave, we had spoken to you guys about it. There's the same pretty much story. When you have cursed land, some skinwalkers cannot enter specific places.
So as of right now, we're getting a lot of stuff. Footsteps outside,
Yeah.
movements, intelligent responses, everything.
Good!
What the
Good.
It is kind of good, actually. But we have getting nothing on the inside because we have no devices on the inside. Let's just see if we can actually talk to someone that died in this hospital and ask them who's outside using this DR60. The DR60 is pretty much EVPs. It was only made in 1980 for 1 year, and it's just a sound recorder. People like take voice notes and use it. And we're gonna hit record, and we're gonna see if we can kind of speak to someone from the past.
Hold on. Someone screamed outside.
You heard that too?
I heard one. I heard one.
No
way.
No way.
We just heard it. We just heard people yelling.
Let's
Okay.
ask them. If you can talk to us, please come in our circle. I have a device in my hand that will allow you to speak. Who's outside?
That's wild.
Is it true that Anna's outside?
Is there something evil on this land?
Is it true that this land is cursed?
Is there a skinwalker outside this building right now watching us?
Is there more than one skinwalker on this land?
Okay, we're gonna play it back.
If you can talk to us, please come in our circle. I have a device in my hand that will allow you to speak, and we'll be able to hear you. Who's outside? Is there something evil on this land?
Yes, there is.
Whoa.
Yes, there is.
That was yes.
There was a real response.
Is there something evil on this land? Is it true that this land is cursed?
Something outside. Yeah, they're outside right now. They're outside right now. They're outside right now.
Oh my god, that might be it.
Let's play it back
There's
again.
something evil on this land.
No! Dude!
They're outside right
That's
now.
the craziest shit ever.
They're outside right now.
Dude, that's.
Dude,
Is there more than one skinwalker on this land?
Yes!
It either said yes or negative.
But bro, the first one you were so on point and you heard that.
Yeah,
Dude,
they're
I got the
outside
chills,
right now.
bro.
I want to hear that last one. That
Okay.
last one.
Is there more than one skinwalker on this land?
I think it said negative. It sounds like negative.
It does sound like negative.
They did agree that there was something evil on this land.
Yes, that they said that. They did say that. They said they're outside right now. Should we do one more in here or one more out there?
They're watching what we're doing right now.
yeah.
So let's give it another go.
Are you a Native American?
Who's giving us the information right now?
Is the evil entity that you're talking about a skinwalker?
If you want us to leave this building,
Okay, I'm
say
back.
the word leave.
I'm back.
Are you a Yeed now,
At it
Blushi?
again.
Are you a Native American? Who's giving
What are they
us
doing?
the information right now?
Oh my god.
Is
Woo!
the evil entity that you're talking about a skinwalker?
Yes, he's scary. Yes, he's scary.
How do you?
You don't hear that? Listen.
Evil entity that
The
you're
back?
talking
Oh.
about a
Oh.
skinwalker.
Yes.
Oh
he's
my
scary,
god!
bro. I'm
What is this fucking thing?
I'm usually so good at this, dude.
No, but hold up. So they just confirmed that there's a skinwalker.
The hell?
Oh, dude! Couldn't make that end out.
Bro, I know, but that was a full ass sentence.
It already confirmed. Yeah, Skinwalker outside. I mean, you clearly
Yes,
heard
he's
everything.
scary.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
he's
says
scary.
it, yeah.
So if it didn't make any sense, I would have not been able to guess it at all. I couldn't guess that because it literally did not make any sense. But I heard it loud and clear and right away in my head. I'm
You're
like,
right.
that's what it said. We listened to it again,
And it makes sense.
guess
And
what?
you were right.
Literally.
It sounded
Your ears
clear
are
as
really
day.
good.
So
Oh, you hate this so much. Hold on.
Oh! I think I caught that.
That was
I think I caught that
for sure.
We're gonna try one more time,
Out the
if that's okay. Josh right here is gonna go ahead and stick his hand out the window, so that we could give somebody a chance.
Y'all see everything, right?
I feel like I'm gonna lose my hand.
Oh, fuck.
Hurting, bro.
Bro.
Hurt if I put my hand out there.
I don't like that.
Well, I'll
Oh
keep
my God.
it in here, but
Yeah, I don't want you to like get your arm.
These guys, dude.
If you want to have a chance to speak, please come close to this window right here and talk into this object right in Josh's hand.
are you looking at us right now?
Why can't we see you with our own eyes?
Why can't we
The
see you
one
with
that
your
was
own eyes?
walking
That's a dumb
around us
question.
earlier. Josh.
I am a woman.
That's what it said earlier. Yeah.
Are you a skinwalker?
Are you trapped here?
If you are evil, what do you want from us?
Can you say one of our names?
Have memories.
A lot of shit happened here. I'm gonna go ahead and play it back right now.
Yeah, let's get this.
Are you looking at us right now?
Yes. Sound like yes.
That was a woman's voice.
Yeah.
With our own eyes.
She's dangerous.
Oh my God!
Hey,
My
that would come
God!
up right now.
I'm gonna start over, but that is
That
the.
was a woman's voice saying yes. Bro, oh my god.
Dude.
This is insane.
So I wonder then,
Like, are there male and female skinwalkers?
skinwalkers are most commonly female.
No way.
What did you just say?
He just said they're most commonly female.
I didn't even know that either.
Are
I
they?
don't know anything about Skinwalker.
I
You guys are
didn't know that.
introducing
Dude,
me.
that's new. Like I said, we learn shit all the time every time we go and do these investigations, bro. That's
See,
new.
and that's how you know we're not faking any of this shit, is because we are coming out here and still learning new information.
I should word that differently. They're most commonly portrayed as female.
No, dude.
Why?
Did
me?
you just see that? River just walked right by it, bro.
I
And
did.
facing the opposite direction.
The spirit box just said
Oh.
she's dangerous after.
God,
We
only
heard
my
yes,
bookings didn't
bro.
come out.
Yeah, I think we should not trust. Did you play the rest of that?
No, let's do it right here.
We're gonna play it and then we're gonna figure something else out.
Earlier? Are you a skinwalker?
Yes, I am.
Dude.
Yes, I am a skin.
I think it was yes, I am.
Hang on, let's hear it again.
Are you a skinwalker?
Yes, I am.
Obviously, they're not finding anything, right?
Yes.
What do you want from us?
To kill, that's a lie.
To kill you.
No.
To
Oh,
kill
let me
you.
show you how.
Away.
If you are evil, what do you want from us?
Oh my
To kill you.
Hang on, let's see what it says after that.
If you are evil, what do you want from us?
Oh my god.
Can you say one of our names?
No, they're rarer. A Navajo legend would be much rarer than male skinwalker is now.
Dude.
Okay, someone's saying there. You were right. It says I want to
No,
kill you. That
it
really
talks
does
about us.
kill
This
you.
sculpture of a
I know
female
I hear
walker
I
from
want, clear as day,
adobogallery.com.
but it almost says river, dude. I swear to God.
Bro, what did we just
God,
Some of the craziest stuff ever.
Wow.
but like
There.
no way.
There.
No
Where?
way.
So like they're making shit up. Oh my god.
We are dealing with something evil outside, and they just said they want to kill you. And then it says your name too. Before the other thing.
Well, we're not positive.
Yup.
Is that you right there? Are you right outside of that window? If you are, maybe stand in front of it for a little bit.
We're friends. No, we're not.
Yeah,
don't,
right.
Don't believe it.
That is totally something a skinwalker would say.
Dude, just
Seriously, or any evil spirit would say that straight up.
What would you do if we left to go to a different building? Would you continue to follow us? Get out.
Oh my god, get out.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, dude.
You need to get out of here, dude. You need to get out of here.
Get out.
How do we save him? Can I donate to save him? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You think that's fake? Come on. How could we, dude?
How do you fake that?
That is unbelievable. Seriously, that is insane.
Of course they want us to leave.
I think the best thing we need to do is actually get out when they tell us to get out. I don't think it's a skinwalker personally telling us to get out. I don't think they have any say
Get out of here.
in a building that they are not allowed to control. Let me go ahead and say this then.
Okay.
If we are bothering anybody who lives here, we apologize for that. We're just here
What a
trying to get
sincere
some
approach.
information.
Actually.
I'm sorry if something is outside. I will say this. We're going to go ahead and leave and let you be. Thank you so much if you did show us that you're here or give us any information. Guys, with that being said, let's go where things started to really ramp up the last time we were here.
Well, guys, we are at the officer quarters. This is where we went last time.
And hopefully
Oh my god.
more stuff happens. But last time we were here, lots of things were happening.
Like
Our
what?
devices started going crazy, and then we heard, I think it was 2 or 3 rocks. I don't remember. It's been months.
So what do you think happened at the officer quarters then?
There's actually stories about the officer quarters. Some sketchy shit happened. I think an officer actually killed somebody in the cell. Also, they take, women and do some horrible things to them. I'm just saying that this whole thing had a totally different vibe than what we just dealt with.
We had rocks hitting that wall right there. When they hit, we went around the corner because we were curious, and you could see them.
Okay,
I feel like they were the ones throwing the rocks.
What we saw was indentation
Something telling me
like that.
But a
so
fresh,
something,
yeah.
see what that looks like? So something pretty much came and hit it this way. So there was no indentation coming this way. It was all that way, and it was a huge rock, dude. Somebody had to use good force for that thing to make such an indent in the ground. It happened right here. Happened right here, and we are standing right here. First thing that we wanted to do before we do continue this investigation is blow the Aztec death whistle. I'm gonna go ahead and blow it once.
Guys.
Oh my god. Oh my god, they heard a man's voice. The people that watch this on Halloween are gonna see me fucking uploading this video.
Guys.
Basically the day of.
Get out.
Oh my god.
Were you actually legit heard of it?
Yeah.
There's a person here.
How do you know it's a real person?
We don't know. Somebody could be imitating.
Who's that?
Actually, that's true. We may have just captured actual. This is the thing. I don't know if it's an actual person. So skinwalkers are, like I said, skinwalkers do that, bro. I'm telling you, they do that.
The water bottles too.
How do you guys think people fall for their shit, dude? Their stories.
Dude, but we're
They
falling
sound
for it because
real.
we just left.
No way somebody's gonna just walk up
Dude,
to us.
they're trying to get us out in the open.
I was so certain that that was a real person and not a ghost or whatever. I literally said, there's a real person out here. And I don't know if it was anymore. Like, for real. Like,
if that was a real person trying to get a hold of us, they'd have a flashlight. It's pitch black out here, and they'd be here by now.
Wait, I just want to listen to this theme. The Shadow Triad theme. This is from Pokemon. Master CX. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. This is so much better content listening to music than just seeing them do stupid shit. Bum bum ba-dum 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 bum 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 bum. Dun dun dun. Bum 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 ba-dum. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god, I missed those days when I played Pokemon Black and White. I'm gonna play that game one day again.
and that means we caught the, like, the most legitimate shit ever.
I think we did.
Well, we have to wait and see.
Oh my god. Distant voice. It's a distant voice again. Black wire.
I just heard that again, though. Can you? Now he was over here, though.
Oh my god.
Dude, good observation. You're right. Now all of a sudden he's way down there, and we heard it again.
Right, that makes no sense.
To investigate?
Just to
like
investigate.
For real.
Because if there's really nobody out there, this could be big. This is why we came here. I know it's scary. I get it. Guys, there's 5 of us.
That's true.
Oh, I closed out a video that I
Just
should.
let them know. Yeah, we're just.
Oh, I
documenting
can't
some
show that
stuff,
on
That's
stream.
it.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
We just want to know. That's all we want to do. We don't want to go and interact with them. We just want to know.
Because you heard them say.
You should not watch them.
Hello.
Yeah.
Today's spooks.
Yeah, but I heard straight up, hello.
Yeah.
Okay, you all heard that one too. That was the one
Yeah.
that made me think that was a real person.
Look on my screen right now.
They're kind of catching nothing.
Right under.
The mosquitoes or whatever bugs those are, or dust.
Oh god, what was that?
What?
Did you just hear that?
What was it?
Oh my god. Yeah, I heard that.
Huge.
I didn't hear it.
Like someone just ran and dove into a bush. Dude, there's someone out there, guys.
Yeah. It went from investigating to I think we might die. They're watching us, bro, and we can't see them.
Admire.
One thing is for sure, we have to stay together.
There has to be someone here. Is that the road right there, Wyatt? Where's the road? It's all the way over there.
Yeah.
Bro, there's no one there.
Should I yell? Scream out?
Yeah.
Do the death whistle.
I don't have it on me.
I do. This is like the worst time to do it.
Right? I know.
Yeah,
but
this is a terrible.
Why are you so?
What? Why do we have to do it?
Why are they bringing death whistle?
Guys, that's why we're here, though.
That is why we're here.
Okay, what I was trying to do when we start the investigation over there is we all decided on the walk that we were going to go ahead and blow the death whistle. Essentially what the death whistle will do is act as if I am a dying something. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is see if I can reenact what sounds like something who's in pain, and apparently skinwalkers will be attracted to something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and blow it.
Time out. What? If there is anybody at the station,
No, it's like
be that loud.
the dumbest thing I've heard.
No way, dude. They would have already come
come
down.
in.
Or like
You haven't
started
gone
yelling
in.
and saying, "Get out!"
Somebody there?
No, I'm just with that.
Why is your neck so
Dude,
red?
I'm striking myself out again.
No,
That looks like a handprint, bro.
Handprint, bro.
Dude,
My neck.
holy
Wait,
sh**!
Wait, let me put my hand
I
on
don't
it.
know.
Look,
I
that
didn't
looks
get
like
anything.
full fingers. Look at that. Handprint.
That straight looks like a handprint. What?
It's been like hot and itchy. I thought some one of these.
No
Where?
Dude, what the?
Oh, in his
Were you
hand?
touched by a freaking skinwalker?
You look like you got choked out.
Look
dude.
at- look at
Those
it.
are that's actual fingers.
That's actual fingers.
Holy dude.
Oh my god.
Dude, it's a 5, almost 1, 2, 3.
Y'all saw that? Magic. Like you can even still see it. There's a little remnants. It's called being too fucking pale. I got a new custom upgrade. It's called cognitive dissonance. Yeah. It's like cool now. I don't know. I just wanted to add the fucking like. I'm more deep right now because the logic is super extreme. Super extreme.
4, 5.
That's 5.
You literally look like someone grabbed you by the neck.
That's a mosquito bite right there. No way.
You don't think we should?
No.
Guys, this is like it's a now or never. So you decide we do it now.
Oh yeah, I can see
No,
it.
we're doing it. Because, dude, we really heard
These
voices,
filters really
footsteps right
block
there.
that.
Then you guys said hello is right there. I don't know what's going on. There's more than one, though.
The thing is, bro,
For real.
it's all fun and games until something bad actually happens. What if we blow this whistle and something happens to one of us that we can't get out
What do
of?
you mean? He already got touched.
Dude, straight up, bro.
That's
Wyatt
what-
got
that's
Dude,
what
my
I'm saying.
3DS keeps on
That's
getting
what I'm
more
saying.
stuff. Look. See that? That's not a normal reflection. It's not even like anything weird. It's literally like paint thinner. It's
pointing that direction.
something in the air is
Are you okay?
thinning out my devices.
I really hate that.
It's not the only thing that's thinning out. And I'm scared.
Blow it again. We go
Some
over
days I
there,
come into the
continue
room and it just burns my throat.
But at that point, since we are in the walls,
That's
I'm not gonna lie.
scaring me.
Usually I'd feel more safe, but I feel more
That's not
vulnerable.
good.
No, I feel weird too, man. Like there's something out here lurking in we don't know where or what it is.
I'm gonna tell you guys this. This is the best evidence that we've ever captured.
Of
when
what?
it comes to a skinwalker.
Bro, remember, just a second ago, I literally said there's a real person outside. Like, there's someone here.
Yeah.
Right.
If there was, bro, and it was someone.
Okay, that's it. That's enough. I'm done. I can't take their stuff. Literally, he looks like this guy. Same person. Oh my god, I gotta listen to this right now. What's one of these? We already watched that one. Is that part 2? What's the first one?
Rituals have existed since the dawn of mankind.
This one's good.
Some are so deeply rooted in our
This is cool.
society that it would be impossible to go through life without knowing them. Whether you get your rituals from the internet or from urban legend,
Yeah.
you'll likely find
Hide and
some
seek
that
by
you're familiar
yourself.
with in this video, and some that you've never
A
heard
bunch of
The world
random
is so full
Japanese
of
ones that I
interesting
forget
and
their
disturbing
names.
Rituals. Some make you
Charlie, the
Others will
Ouija
answer burning
board,
questions that you may have.
the
and
three
some are just
men.
for
I forget what it's called. The
thrill-seeking
three
types.
lights. I don't know. Basically, it
Whatever
involves
the
some
reasons,
three mirrors,
these
three
rituals
kings.
exist to give people a chance to tempt fate. I have
Okay,
compiled a list
cool.
of some of the most well-known and disturbing
Will I
rituals.
be trying any of them out? Hell
This
no.
list will include urban legends from the internet.
Why is that?
As well as from
Because I'm
around
a
the world.
PUSSY.
Welcome, everyone.
Spell
this
it
is the
out.
Disturbing Rituals Iceberg Explained.
You know, I just
Part
spelled it
1.
out. You all get the message. Also, because, like, I'll be honest, this is where I'm spiritual. I'm like, I don't fuck with that. Right? You can see it's already up there. Ouija board. 11 Mouse. I've never heard of that one. I wouldn't be surprised if Smash isn't on there. You know, or Mash or whatever it's called. It's one that's like not even a ritual. It's like a little baby game. It's like, oh, you're gonna end up with a car. You're gonna end up having. It's like, I don't know. In 3rd grade, you fucking played this game for some fucking reason. Like you're gonna end up smashing somebody. That means having sex. You're gonna end up rich or something. I don't know what else the other categories are. Oh, weird ass game again. Dark Reflection Rookie. Dude, I'm. Hold up. Hold up. Before I go close the door. You all need to know when it comes to like ritual stuff, I am deeply afraid. There's a mirror there. There's a mirror there. There's another mirror. Through technically my TV screen. My fucking computer screen is able to basically reflect. My glasses are like mirrors, I can sometimes see the reflection and stuff. Where else? There's like a little hidden mirror behind that kind of fell down and slumped over. Let's see how this goes. So I'm gonna close my restroom door that I thought I had closed for whatever reason. now's the time for spooks. So yeah, I don't know. Some of these are not, I'm not gonna know. Some of these are just like common stuff.
The Dark
This is
Reflection
just like the
ritual is a
top
very
level, right?
simple ritual. The things you'll need are a mirror, candle, and friends.
Is this
the latter of
describing?
which are optional. Just
This
about
is
everyone has
describing,
heard that
right?
breaking a mirror is bad luck, but
Yeah.
no one really knows why. The reason is because mirrors capture all of our negative energy every time we look into them. This means that if you have a mirror that is a family heirloom or one that you use every day, then that mirror is going
All
to
this
contain
stuff.
more of your negative energy in it. This makes the mirror the most important part of the ritual. The first thing you need to do is stare into the eyes of your reflection for a few seconds. This will transfer the rest of your negative energy before you begin.
Transfer my negative energy. I'm just
Then you
kidding.
must lean forward and breathe onto the mirror and fog it up. This is done to link yourself to the mirror and thus the negative energy. After that is done, you need to light the candle and hold it up to the mirror. You need to leave a burn mark on the mirror.
Oh,
This
I don't
activates
have
the
candle
negative
here.
energy.
I'm
The burn
safe.
doesn't need to be severe. Just a
Safe.
black spot is enough. The longer you hold the candle to the mirror, the more agitated the negative energy will become. The final step is to break the mirror. This will release the negative energy, and you'll want to immediately leave the area. Normally, the negative energy would only stay in the proximity of the broken
You
mirror.
know, a lot of
but
this
since
stuff is
you've done
brought
this
on because
ritual, it will now
just
follow
beliefs
you.
and stuff like that from
If you've
different
done this
cultures.
ritual alone, then all
They're
the
kind of
negative
similar.
energy will now be following you. The reason it's recommended that you bring a few friends along is so that the negative energy is dispersed amongst everyone
I
and
know.
therefore weaker.
These are common beliefs.
The negative
because
energy will
my-
manifest itself as bad luck.
There's a-
At first, the incidents will
Well,
be
it just
small
depends who
in
you
scale,
ask, really.
a chipped nail or a flat tire, but will slowly escalate. Finally, they'll get to life-threatening levels. No matter how many people conducted this ritual, it will always end at this level for everyone.
Uh-huh.
If you survive the night, the dawn will dissipate any remaining negative
Oh my
energy,
God.
and you'll be free from it.
Who's that?
Now, you might
What?
be asking why anyone would attempt this ritual. Well, with the dissipation of the negative energy and bad
How is
luck,
the negative
will
energy,
come a
dude?
period of good luck. Say you're about to take a final exam and just needed a little luck for it. Those who have done this ritual have reported being blessed with good luck beyond what they expected.
Uh-huh.
Those who you are attracted to will suddenly also start to show interest. That job
Uh-huh.
interview? Well, you just nailed it. So, what's
Okay.
stopping you from trying this?
Because they never knew about it, and I'm not about to try it. What the fuck? Oh, that's the chair. I'm like, what the fuck is that outline behind me?
The Holders is about a set of cursed objects and those that seek them out.
Uh-huh.
There are a total of 538 objects, but there used to be
shit.
more before they were lost.
Uh-huh.
The idea is simple. One must simply only go to a special institution and it can challenge a holder for the object.
Okay.
Each trial varies from object to object, but all are pretty horrifying. Failing the acquisition of any object is usually fatal.
Okay.
Just as each object's trial is different, so are the effects of said object. Some are pretty useful, while others are clearly designed only for malicious intent.
Hmm?
This makes each item something to fear. The objects must never come together. It's said that if they ever did all come together, that it could mean the end of the world.
Okay.
The objects, as powerful as they are not
This
able
sounds
to
like the plot
coalesce
of an
without help.
anime.
The
And if suddenly I don't know, randomly start learning Japanese, you all know what I'm up to. That's a stupid fucking joke. But like seriously though, if you see that concept in my further works, and whenever the fuck I start my writing career, because I kind of do want to get into writing at some point in my life, this is gonna be in there.
objects then entice people to search them out. The ones that do,
Maybe
are
one
known
of
as
them will be like a
seekers,
nod to Yu-Gi-Oh,
and they
like
seek
the Millennium
objects
Puzzle.
for various reasons. The main three are for power, reunion, or for separation. Their reasons may be their own, but most are changed by their quest.
Huh?
The seekers are those that seek out the objects of power, while those that have them are called the holders. A seeker can enter any holder's domain and take a trial for the object. Sometimes if they fail, they will take the holder's place. Other times they will be trapped forever. The most common outcome, though, is death.
Yeah, I guess. That's barely a ritual. The Raven Man? Raven?
The Raven Man ritual is a summoning ritual for the Raven Man. He's said to look mostly like a man but with wings for arms. He is also said to have completely white eyes. The Raven Man can be summoned to answer a question or do something for the person who summoned him. In order to summon the Raven Man, you'll need 5 candles, salt, a knife or needle, and a talisman of protection. The talisman can be anything that can be used for such things, but mostly these objects are religious or deeply personal.
Okay.
You must then draw a circle of salt on the floor. The candles should be lit after lining them up. The final candle must be lit with some blood from the person doing the summoning.
Jesus.
This is what the needle or knife is for.
I keep on doing this.
While lighting these candles, the user must speak an incantation. If all that is
I
done
am a robot,
correctly, the Raven Man will appear within the circle of salt. Sometimes you'll be able to see the Raven Man standing in the salt circle, but more often than not, you'll only feel his presence. You can then make a request of the Raven Man. You can ask him a question or make a request of him. The Raven Man will answer or do what you asked. Once that is done, you must then thank the Raven Man for his time. For the final part of the ritual, you'll need to snuff out each candle individually and repeat, "I release you, Raven Man." Make sure not to blow out the candles, and only snuff them out with your fingers or a snuffer.
Ooh, with
Clean
your
up the
fingers,
salt and
what
take
the
it to
fuck?
any
That
doors
must
that lead
hurt.
outside of your house. Dump the salt in front of any entryways to your home. Make sure to keep your object of protection close to you, even as you
Lord,
sleep.
this is so
If you don't, the Raven Man may come and ask you for a favor. You don't want to do any favors for the Raven Man.
You remember there's something bad. It's gonna be like utter bullshit. I can already sense it. My bullshit meter is just going up.
The Black Phone ritual is one that requires some harder to find objects than some other
The
rituals
older
on this
phone?
iceberg. First off, you'll need to get a black rotary dial phone.
Yeah.
These can be pretty hard to come by these days, but you can go
No,
to a
like,
thrift
seriously,
store
they
or
are.
try eBay and see what your options are. You also need 2 black cords. Each should be about 40 centimeters. A piece of paper and a pen. And finally, a watch. First thing you'll do is tie the handset of the phone as tightly as you can. Second, check to make sure there's no light that can enter the room. Close all windows with curtains and turn off all lights in other rooms. It is advised to keep a light on near where you put the black phone. Once everything is set up, you'll need to dial 204-060-80 and then return the handset to its resting position. Lift it again and dial 255-158-23 and leave the handset lying off the hook. You have to be as quiet as possible and make your way to each room and close the door behind you. You should have 4 rooms that you'll need to close the doors of. At the
I
last
wonder where he's
floor,
gonna
you'll
find
need
these
to enter the
rituals
room
because
and close
one
the
of them
door.
better be like
Tie a
something
double
dumb.
H-shaped knot on the doorknob. Open your eyes in the dark room, but don't
Okay,
speak.
one of them better be
Head
from
over
like
to the window of the
not
room
just
and
like
peer out.
Western creation.
You can't see anything because the windows are now blacked out.
No, like
and
what I
work.
mean is like it's only known in the
Once you're ready to
English
end the ritual,
community, you know?
you'll need to find an 8-digit
Or rather,
number that should be lying
these
somewhere
better not
in
be
this
like.
room.
Let me rephrase
Grab
everything
it and
the
write
rest
it
of this
down.
one. There's better.
Memorize it
These
as well.
all better not just be from like
You'll need to grab hold of the knot you
people
made.
that have
Close
spoken
your
of it
eyes and
in
repeat
like
the 8-digit number
the
over
English
and
language,
over
right?
again in your
Only
mind.
like
You
you know
still can't speak during this
bigger
part. Remember
yet
to
obscure
also
ones
keep
from
your
the
eyes
English
closed.
language.
Even if you feel something
Rituals
tugging
de
on
Santa
you.
Muerte and stuff.
If you hear voices or sounds,
They should,
do not respond.
in my
and
opinion,
keep
appear
repeating
here,
the
but
number.
they probably are
Do it a
because
dozen times.
cultural differences.
After that,
No,
you
so,
can get up
I
and
guess
check
it's
the window
spread.
again. If you can safely see outside again, then congratulations, you made it
Okay,
back.
I don't know. I'm getting
If
stupid
not,
as well
then you
right
have
now.
to do this
I'm like
last step
about to
over
fall
again.
asleep, literally.
Once back in the normal
It's-
world,
it's already,
you
like,
need to burn that piece of
11:50.
paper with the number on it. Then place it in a satchel and keep it with you. From now on,
Oh, this is
you'll be more
Phasmophobia.
privy
I'm
to
like,
the
this game looks
supernatural.
different.
And you'll experience more strange occurrences. None of these will be good though, so play at your own risk.
Yeah, this one's common. You know, we've covered her already before in the past.
Bloody Mary is a very popular ritual conducted here in the US. It is probably one of the first things I think of when I think of rituals. The ritual is simple and ties very heavily to children, as they're the demographic for it. Bloody Mary is an entity that exists in a world beyond our mirrors. To see Bloody Mary, you just have to say her name 3 times in front of a mirror in a dimly lit, or totally dark room. You can be alone or with a group. The Bloody Mary ritual is very popular with preteens. The game doesn't give you anything in return other than seeing the figure in the mirror. This was done more as a test of courage than a ritual to obtain knowledge, luck, or power. After you say her name 3 times in front of the mirror, it's said that she will appear.
Yeah.
There's a few interpretations of what will happen after you see her, though. Some say that she will curse you for the rest of your life, or 7 years as if you broke the mirror. Other interpretations say that she will claw out the eyes of anyone who summons her.
Yeah, or like she'll
Others
make a
claim
bunch
that
of
she
blood
will
appear.
simply appear and scare everyone. The final claim is that she will pull those that summon her into the mirror world with her.
And you'll be stuck there.
Bloody Mary is a game that just about anyone can play. So, why not give it a try?
Okay, this is obscure as fuck. What an interesting name. It sounds like a town name.
Tulpa is a ritual that requires a strong mind and imagination. A tulpa is an object or being created purely through the power of thought. It is believed by some that only those with psychic abilities are the main people who can create tulpas. Tulpa is also the name of a classic era creepypasta, the focus being on a man who needs a job and finds one in a testing facility. At the testing facility, they ask if he can spend his time trying to manifest his tulpa, or an imaginary version of himself. The test starts off as you expect, with nothing more than him just imagining himself standing in the room.
Ooh, that's scary.
Eventually, he's
as fuck.
able to imagine his tulpa doing more things and existing beside him. The test continues, and the man is perfectly able to manifest his tulpa. The scientists start adding in disturbing music to distract him and see if he's still able to manifest his tulpa. He continues, and is in complete control of his tulpa, for a while at least. Eventually, he starts to manifest his tulpa when he's not at the lab, and has conversations with it. The tulpa remembers everything that's happened in his life. Every page of a book he read, every conversation he's ever had, and even starts showing signs that it knows and remembers more than the man himself.
Oh my god.
After a while, the tulpa convinces the man that he doesn't really need anyone besides it. The man slowly lets go of all of his connections to the real world and only talks to his tulpa and the scientist.
Yeah, that's
After
a metaphor
arguing with
for
a
losing
friend,
yourself
where
to
the man's tulpa
yourself,
convinces him
literally.
to punch him, the man decides he's done with
And
his
closing
tulpa.
off yourself, right?
He stops imagining it and tries to move past it altogether.
shit.
It works. He's able to return to a mostly normal life. The man plans to tell the scientists that he can't follow through with the experiment any longer. But when he shows up to the lab, they drug him.
Oh my
The man
god.
is tied to a table and given some sort of drug concoction that forces him to manifest his tulpa.
Jesus.
As the man fades in and out of consciousness, he swears that he hears the scientist talking to his tulpa. The tulpa also looked different. It didn't look like him anymore. It had long teeth and claws. It didn't even look human. The story ends with the tulpa killing the man's sister, the last person he had any connection to. Now he worries that the tulpa might be coming for him next. Tulpas outside of this story are seen as possibly malevolent, though there are more stories that point to it becoming as evil as the thoughts of a deluded man.
Okay.
In a story by spiritualist Alexandra David Neal, she says that a tulpa with enough life force will become its own being.
Ew.
She
Don't
claims to have
think
created
that.
a tulpa that resembles a Friar Tuck-like monk. The tulpa became its own thing, but later had to be destroyed for reasons she doesn't specify. I could honestly make an entire video on what tulpas are and their cultural relevance,
Yeah.
so I'm going to move on. Just remember that thoughts have power, and some may be more powerful than you
Yeah.
can imagine.
No, like seriously, he brings up a good point. If you dress yourself really well, in the sense that you see yourself in a good image, people are more likely to perceive yourself in
The Elevator
at a
Game, or Elevator to a
equally as
Different
well
World,
image, right?
is a game that originated in
Whereas
South
if you
Korea.
drag yourself down,
The
people are gonna
popularity
look
of the
at you.
game skyrocketed in late
more
2016,
like, oh, this
and
guy's
even
got
had another trend jump in 2021.
certain perspective.
The game is pretty simple.
Oh, the elevator game.
You
Yeah, I
need to
forgot
go
that
to a
one's
building
coming.
with an elevator with at least 10 floors. You must enter the elevator either alone or
love
with
being
other
deep
players
fried.
only. If there's another person in the elevator that isn't playing,
I'm just
then it
kidding.
won't work.
Dude, I don't even know what the premise is.
Press
It's so
the button to
fucking
get to the
serious.
4th floor, but don't
I
get
literally
out
just
here.
began because like I
Then
didn't
go to the second
I
floor.
thought it was a group
followed
essay.
by
I
the
probably said
6th
essay
floor,
by myself.
Then the
Holy
second
shit.
floor, and then the 10th floor. Do not get out on
Didn't
any
know
of
that.
these floors.
I'm
But make
gonna
sure no
caught
one that
onto
is
that.
playing gets out on any of these floors either. Then go to the 5th floor.
No, I have a presentation
There,
to turn in
a
tomorrow.
young woman could come into the elevator with you. Do not speak or look at her. If you
Because
do,
she could be fake.
dire things could happen to
There
you.
it goes.
Conflicting reports of what she does to you are, well, conflicting. Then, press the button for the 1st floor. If the elevator goes to the 10th floor instead, remain on
like
the
YouTube?
elevator, you're still in the game. If you press the 1st floor button and the elevator goes to the 1st floor, then exit the moment the doors open. Do not speak or look back, you need to stop the game immediately.
Huh?
If all goes to plan and you reach the 10th floor, you can choose to get off or stay. If you choose to get off, the woman from step 4 may ask you a question and may even call your name. Do not answer her. Now you have reached the other world. To know for sure, you'll see that you are alone, or your group of players are all alone. When you're ready to return to the regular world, you'll need to do a few more steps. Firstly, return to the exact elevator you used before.
Yeah. Because if
Press
it's
the
a different one,
buttons
I
in the
think you
same order
can
as before.
just transfer
End on
yourself
the
to a
5th
different
floor.
realm.
Once on the 5th floor, you
Which
must
just
press
won't
the
work.
button to go to the 1st floor. The elevator will start to move to the 10th floor, but whatever you do, don't let it get to the 10th floor. Stop the elevator by clicking
It's like
the
an
other
Outlast
floor.
sort of place.
Then click the button for the 1st floor again. Once the elevator reaches the 1st floor, check your surroundings to make sure nothing is amiss. If everything seems normal, you may leave the elevator. If not, you must return to step 2 and start all over again. The things that you can do in the other world aren't listed. The beings you may find there can vary greatly as well. It's best to not try this ritual as entering the other world could bring something back with you. Players have reported the woman from the elevator following them home.
Yeah.
Other reports have stated that she will kidnap players and take them back with her to the other world, for unknown reasons. Either way, would you really want to take that risk? The Three Kings ritual is one that takes a lot of precise setup. It allows you access to another universe where you may ask any questions you like. If you want to attempt this ritual, this is what you'll need. A large, empty, and quiet room, preferably without windows, as you'll need the room to have zero light coming into it. Basements are highly recommended, but if you do have windows, you can just cover them completely.
Yeah.
You'll need a candle and a lighter, a fan, a bucket of water, and a mug, 2 large mirrors, 3 chairs, an alarm clock, a cell phone, someone to help if things do go bad, and a small trinket that holds sentimental value to you. You'll have to begin setting up around 11 p.m. Firstly, arrange the chairs in your desired room, with the chair that you'll be sitting in facing north. Place the other 2 chairs in front of the first chair at an angle and exactly 1 arm reach away. You'll then place the mirrors on the chairs and make sure you can vaguely see your reflection if you stared straight ahead. You want to be able to see your reflection out of the corner of your eye only. Place the bucket of water just about an arm's reach away and a fan behind the chair you'll be sitting in. Set your alarm for 3:30 a.m. and make sure to charge your cell phone. You then need to just sleep and wake up at exactly 3:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Wake up to your alarm, grab your sentimental object, and head straight for your chosen room. Light your candle and sit down, making sure the candle doesn't go out. You should check straight ahead and not look directly into either mirror. Now the game can begin. The chairs represent the king, the queen, and the fool. It'll be your job to figure out which mirror is which. You can ask any questions you want. Will you get that job promotion? Is the world going to end soon?
Yeah.
What is the meaning of life? The question will be answered by either side. Some questions you may ask can also be asked back at you. The beings inside the mirror seem to know everything about you, and will make sure you know that.
Yeah.
The game lasts for an hour and a minute. Once that's over, you can freely leave the room. Not a moment before, though. The exception being that you are pulled from the game by the person you had watched over you during your time conducting the ritual.
Yeah,
When
and it
setting up
should
the
sounds like a
ritual,
little
anything
spread
seems
apart. I don't
wrong
know.
before you start.
It's like he's talking a
and
little
abandon the
different.
ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., then you can abandon the ritual. If your alarm doesn't go off at exactly 3:30 a. If the door to your chosen room is closed when you left it open, if the fan inside the room is turned off, if any of these things happen, abandon the ritual, take your stuff, and leave your house. The things inside of the mirror may have found a way out. You'll be safe to return after 6 a.m. Before then, you may find yourself being dragged into their world.
Their world is pretty big. The bathroom. This is like well known. I mean, it's obscure because like nobody knows about it, but like, I mean, it's well known amongst people that are like in my.
The Bath game is a very popular game that originated in Japan. The Bath game also goes by another name, Daruma-san.
Yeah.
This game only requires a bathroom with a bathtub. To start, you must remove all of your clothing and climb into the bath after making sure all of the lights are off and the door is
I don't
closed.
like this one because this one's like freak.
Begin
Like, I don't
washing
know.
yourself while facing the faucet with your eyes closed.
I have to say like
Repeat
the
the phrase,
name.
Daruma-san fell down. Don't stop repeating this until you finish washing your hair. Also make sure to keep
It's
your
like,
eyes closed.
Like, what is that supposed
As
to
you finish
represent?
washing your hair, you'll imagine a woman standing in the bathtub. She'll fall down and hit her head on the rusty faucet. The faucet will go through her eye, killing her. You will then feel the ghost's presence. You have to
Yeah.
say, "Why did you fall in the bathtub?" After that,
That's
you may
a-
leave the
ugh,
bathtub
that's a
yourself.
yuck one.
Do not drain the water, and do not open your eyes. Leave the bathroom, closing the door behind you. Now you can open your eyes. Head to bed without turning on any of the lights in your home. The next day, the game will begin. You can feel the presence of the one-eyed ghost girl following you throughout your day. Each time you feel her, she will have gotten closer. The goal of the game is to make sure that she doesn't touch you. If you feel her getting too close, you can shout at her to stop while turning to look at her. This will stop her momentarily, giving you enough time to gain some distance. This won't work forever though, so use it sparingly. You must end the game before midnight of that same day.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't end the game, then Daruma-san
she'll follow you
will kill
forever.
you in your sleep. To end the game, you must catch a glimpse of her and shout, "I cut you loose," while making a chopping motion with your arm. This game is very dangerous for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
For that, I must clarify that I do not recommend anyone try this game.
Yeah, me too. All these games, don't try them. It's gonna be pretty bad. Dude.
The Devil's Game is exactly what it sounds like. A ritual where you get to summon the devil and then play a game with him. This ritual, of course, comes with a bit of trepidation for most. The devil is known to cheat in almost any game he plays. This game isn't about how to sell your soul for something. No, there are other rituals for that. This one simply allows you to play a specific game with the devil. That game being the question and answer game. To start the ritual, you'll need very specific items. A full can of salt, better to have more than less. 7 candles, red or white preferably. A lighter or matches to light those candles. A decent amount of red string, rope, yarn, or thread. And lastly, a
I'm really
full-length
scared.
floor or wall mirror. With all those in mind, you'll also need to find a church. The type of church doesn't matter as long as it is a practicing church. You also can't bring any religious paraphernalia with you. No crosses or the like, as the devil won't even show up if you have them. The very first step in this ritual is to sneak into your church of choice without being noticed. If you get caught, it would end very poorly for you and whoever found you. So you'll probably need to sneak in at night and hope they have a mirror already, because it's a bit hard to sneak in with such a thing. Once you made it into the church, find a room that is large enough for you to start setting up. You could use the main hall, a side room, or even a closet. It just needs enough room for everything.
Did the
Make a
urban
circle with
exploring
the
one
salt
not,
around
like,
your
open?
mirror, making sure not to break the circle at all. If your
What
mirror is
happened?
against a wall, a semicircle will
Did
do.
it not explore?
Start to wrap the mirror with your red string or whatever you brought.
My
This
God,
will
it
bind the
didn't
devil to the
explode it?
mirror for a
What?
period of time.
Oh yeah,
Now
urban
take your
exploring.
candles and place them around your salt circle at even intervals. They don't need to be perfect, but close
Oh
enough.
my God, no!
You want to make sure they are stable as well. You don't want one falling over. Once everything is set up, you'll have to do some sacrilegious act in the church to show your resolve. The easiest thing to do is turn a cross upside down. There are other
no.
things you can do, but it's easiest
It's the
if
wrong
you can just
one.
fix it on your way out. If you survive, that is. Turn off all the lights and light your candles. Make sure all of the doors and windows to your room are closed. The room should only be lit by the candles now. Approach the mirror and imagine the devil is looking at you from the mirror. Concentrate as hard as you can, then close your eyes and count to 10. When you open them, you should hopefully see the devil looking right at you.
What?
He'll appear to you not as the depictions have him. He won't be a red being with huge horns and such. He'll most likely appear to you as a human, somewhat attractive even.
Yeah,
This is
that's what I
mainly
heard.
to lull you into a false sense of security. The devil doesn't want to scare you off just yet. Once the devil is in sight, you'll need to challenge him to a game of question and response. The devil loves games and will accept no questions asked. Well, not yet. There are tons of rules for things not to do, but I'll get to those after I talk about how to play.
Those are private.
Firstly, you'll both ask questions of the other and give responses. Pretty simple so far. Well, it gets more interesting. Every time you get a question right, you'll receive a correct answer from the devil. This can be a bit difficult depending on the devil's mood, as he might ask some really obscure trivia questions that you'll have no way of knowing. Getting a question wrong doesn't end the game. Instead, the devil is allowed to give you a wrong answer in return, though he can still tell the truth if you did get it wrong. The devil is the king of mind games after all. On the other hand, if you get a question right, he'll answer your question truthfully, or as truthfully as he can. As he's not omnipotent. Either way, you won't know if he's telling the truth or not, as he never says if the question you answered is correct. This could
Yeah.
leave many wondering if it's even worth playing in the first place.
It's
You'll
not.
never fully know if the answers you receive are truthful or not. Though, aren't you dying to find out?
No, I'm not.
For the
Not
most
at all.
part, he'll throw rather personal questions at you, ones you think you know the answer to, but are lying to yourself about.
Huh?
Do you really like your best friend? Are you really confident in your career thus far? Have you lived a good life? These questions may be simple enough to answer, but if you're lying to yourself, the devil knows. He knows a lot more about you than you probably do. Thus, he can lie to you all he wants, but you won't know, because you thought you answered truthfully. There are other options for this game as well. You can ask the devil a riddle, and if you can't figure out the answer, then you get a free pass on a question. Though, if the devil figures out the answer to your riddle, then you might as well just quit the game early, as he gets a free pass to lie to you. This makes the game marketably more difficult, as you'll never know which question he used his free pass on. If you decide to ask the devil a riddle, make sure you make it up yourself. Any riddle that has ever been written down, he will know the answer to. It doesn't matter how obscure it is. Your riddle must have an answer that makes sense. If it doesn't, then he gets a free pass anyway. The final thing you can do is a dare. A dare from the devil is a very scary thing, but it's not always. Depending on his mood, the devil could ask something simple of you. Tell your friend a lie, run out in public naked, humiliate your significant other. Now these things are bad, but nowhere near as bad as they can get. For a quick rule of thumb here, the devil won't ask you to directly kill or harm anyone. Well, except maybe yourself, as he could ask you to cause yourself a massive amount of pain. Regardless, you won't be asked to murder in his name. The devil may ask that you do some mundane task, like writing a number on a wall or leaving strange packages around town. These questions are far more nefarious, as they are likely in relation to another evil deed he has planned, one that will likely ruin a lot of lives. The final rule of the game is that you end it before 66 minutes and 6 seconds. Yes, I know, very funny. The devil is punctual, and you should be too. So keep the game going and make sure to end it before then.
Yeah.
You'll find out why later. To end the game, simply bow to the devil and thank him for his time. He will then disappear from the mirror. Make sure to stare into the eyes of your reflection to make sure that it is you staring back. Once you're sure, you can start to remove the wards of protection you put around the mirror in the room.
Why would you
Fix
want
the
to do
cross,
that ever?
clean the room, and get out without being caught if you can. Take the knowledge you have learned, or not, and go back into your life. Now for the list of things you need to make sure you don't do. Always keep your eyes on the
there's a
devil
lot of
during
shit.
your game. If you ever look away for a second, he'll vanish from the mirror.
He's just so
But he's not
specific, too.
gone. He's in the room with you, and the police will be lucky to find your body in one piece the next day. Try not to give out your name if he asks. Giving the devil your name can lead to some rather unfortunate results. Your name holds power with the devil, and this can be your soul leaving you. The police will probably find a completely intact body this time, though. Also, make sure to keep all your protective charms up. Don't let the candles go out, don't let the string unravel, and don't break the salt circle. The devil will have free reign if that is to happen, and you don't want that. Finally, you'll want to make sure not to go over that time limit I mentioned before. If you do, The devil will disappear from the mirror without warning. You won't even know. You'll be left with your reflection. When you try to leave, you'll see nothing but the white void. You go back and realize that only the world that was visible in the mirror exists.
Yeah.
You'll look back at the mirror and see your own reflection smiling at you. The devil has taken your body, and he is free to use it how he pleases. He might kill one of your family members, or make an armed robbery. Whatever he has in store, it's not good.
Yeah,
your body will die after he's done with it at sunrise. And you'll be forever trapped in the mirror world. The funny thing about just being a soul without a body, though, you exist in a world of pure thought. Every evil, creepy, and monstrous thing you've ever thought of can become real. So every single creature of your nightmares can and will become real, and they will be after you. At least it's
Oh my
better
God,
than being
how
trapped
cliche.
in hell, though, right?
Uh-huh. Let's export this one.
The Midnight Game is an old ritual that was used as a scare tactic in certain religions. That doesn't mean that it doesn't carry any actual weight, though. The game can still be played to this day, if you're brave enough, that is, though I do not recommend it. Obviously, by the name, it must be midnight in order to play this game. Starting slightly before midnight works as well. Also, it must be midnight in your time zone. You can't play it according to Japan's time when you're in the US. The items that you'll need are simple: a candle, piece of paper, pen or pencil, matches or a lighter, salt, a wooden door, and some of your blood, but not much. These items will be needed to initiate the game as well as play it. Step 1 is to write your name on the piece of
Jeez.
paper. It'll need to be your full name. First, middle if you have one, and last.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot use someone else's name or make up a name.
Yeah.
If you do, it won't work. Let a drop of your blood land on the paper and soak in. This is a very important part of the ritual. Also, you have to use your blood for it to work. You can't use an animal or a friend's blood. Next, you need to turn off all the lights in your desired play area. This could be your house, a friend's
I'm like
house,
thinking like
or
this
whatever.
is so interesting because like
As
all
long as
these
you have
rituals
at
of
least
course
one wooden
ask
door,
you to like
it'll
give
do.
up a part of yourself or a part of
Take your
like
paper with your name on it. and
something
place
that
it in
would
front of the
be
wooden
deemed
door.
as part of being or belonging to humanity,
Light your
right? Like
candle and
blood,
place it on the
hair,
paper. Now knock on
nails,
the door a total of 22
right?
times.
And they
Make
also
sure that it's
combining
midnight
with
upon the final
natural
knock.
items, right?
Finally,
Like rice,
open the door and blow out your candle.
flowers,
You have just let the Midnight Man into
incense,
your home,
or like
and the game
burning
begins.
stuff like flowers
Relight
and
your
stuff
candle
like that to
quickly
produce
and try to avoid the
incenses.
Midnight Man until 3:33 a.m. This
Or
is how the
like
game is won.
weird like I said,
If your candle goes out while you're wandering your
produce
house,
product,
that
or
means
not
that the
produce,
Midnight
what
Man
is
is
it called?
close.
What is the
You need to
name?
relight it within 10 seconds to avoid losing the game.
Weird, like
If
you
can't
said,
do
like
that,
incenses,
then make
right?
a circle of salt around you.
And
If you
like
fail to do
candles,
both
like they don't
tasks, then the
count as an
Midnight Man
incense,
will
but
win
they're
the
like
game.
a light source.
He will make you
There's
imagine
a
whatever
lot
your
of stuff
most
like that.
detestable nightmare is.
It's just so
While you're
weird.
dealing with all that,
you can
he'll
definitely
rip your
tell which
body
one's
limb from limb.
creepypasta because not that much thought into
If you
it.
successfully get your salt
And which
circle
one's more
placed,
like,
then you must
oh,
wait
this has
in
been
it until
around for like
3:33
a little
a.m.
longer, right?
If you relight your candle, then you can proceed with the game. These are the only ways to win the game.
Although, of course, there
Do
are
not
some
turn on the lights
creepypasta
during
ones
the
that are
midnight
well
game.
thought out, right?
Do not use
Not
a
saying they're all
flashlight during the
bad.
midnight game. Do not sleep during the midnight game. If you do any of these things, there will be dire consequences.
Yeah.
This game is really only for those thrill
I
seekers
thought this game was
that
like
do it
the
just
Three
for the
Kings.
thrill. There is no reward for winning the midnight game, though there is a massive loss. Play at your own risk.
Yeah, Ouija board.
Ouija boards might be one of the most well-known occult rituals. You might not consider it a ritual, as it doesn't require much setup or your blood, but it is. Ouija board allows you to speak with spirits,
This
the
is
dead,
just like
and
the
demons.
common one, right?
Ouija boards have been banned by religious groups.
Yeah.
Meaning this is the only ritual on this iceberg so far that has been banned.
Yeah.
This could make it more exciting to some. The history of the Ouija board is a bit of a weird one. It started off as a novelty toy that supposedly answered players' questions with
Yeah.
scary accuracy. It then became a tool for speaking with relatives that had passed, and was very popular during World War I, World War II, and the Vietnam War. The Ouija board wasn't seen as much more than a novelty toy until
Yeah.
the release of The Exorcist. In The Exorcist, a young girl is possessed by a demon after using a Ouija board. This led to many religious groups banning the Ouija board and any other paraphernalia.
Yeah.
There are many ways to use a Ouija board, but the most simple is to gather a group of friends and sit around the board. Turn down the lights, light
The
some
Power
candles,
movies, by
and
the way.
close all the doors and windows. This is more to set the mood than to play the game. Next, you'll need to pick a
Movies
leader of
are
your
very
group.
influential when
This
it comes to
person
this.
will ask all
So
the
see,
questions.
the church,
You and
just
your
because
other players
they
all
saw
gather
this
around the board and place your hands on the
change or
planchette.
shift and
The
how
first
Ouija
question
boards
should
were
be to
being
ask if the
used,
spirit
we're
is
like,
with
no,
you.
can't do that.
If it moves to yes, then that means it's ready for
Security,
the rest
don't
of your
do this.
questions. You can ask it anything you'd like, of course, but there are some basic questions that most people fall back on, such as, what is your name? When did you pass? How old are you? These questions usually get a quick and easy response, but not always. You can ask more personal questions, but don't expect a response in every case, and make sure to be polite with the spirits. For the most part, people have reported having a friendly chat with a spirit. They said thanks for the conversation and ended the session. Of course, there are myriads of stories of the opposite happening as well. Tables flying across the room, people finding strange marks on their bodies, and of course, possession. It's hard to really know what'll happen unless you try it for yourself.
I wouldn't. I don't know why he keeps on enabling people. This one's interesting. And it sounds like the last part. This probably isn't, huh? There's probably like a shitload more.
Is there anything that you desire so badly
Oh, yeah, it is.
you would risk everything
Holy
for?
shit.
If so, you may be in luck. This is the ritual for you.
We'll watch one more video.
It's called the 11 Miles Ritual.
Not another ritual
It's
video,
one
but
of the
that's
more
it.
costly rituals because you'll need a car.
We're watching this.
First things first, make sure you have a car, and not something that is large or noticeable. You'll want something a bit more discreet. Also, a new car will work fine, but it most likely won't come out unscathed, so consider using something you don't mind getting a bit dirty or damaged. The road that you're looking for doesn't really exist. Not normally, anyway.
Okay.
Instead, you'll have
This
to find
sounds
this road
interesting.
by manifesting it with your desires. Let me explain.
It's
When you just start
asking to
driving
get
at
into a
night,
car crash.
Imagine the thing that you want more than anything in the world. The reason you want to conduct this ritual in the first place. Let that be your guide to the road. Then, as if by magic, it'll appear. Now, depending on what your desire is, the road will be marked differently. If you're looking for love, you might find a rose by an unmarked road. If it's money, then maybe the sign will be like pure gold. What it manifests isn't important. The important part is that you found it.
Yeah.
Now you can begin your arduous journey to make your dream a reality, whatever that may be. Important to note is how this whole thing works. You'll need to drive along this road for 11 miles.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound so hard. Well, each mile has its own challenges and perils that might dissuade you. But just imagine your desire again and continue. Now let's begin the journey. The first mile is pretty simple. The
I
air
could see
around
some
you will get
YouTubers taking
incredibly
advantage
cold.
of this concept.
You may turn on your heater during this mile. You'll also notice that you're driving through a very heavily forested area. Trees will surround the road.
Isn't
on
that
both
like 99%
sides.
of the
The
USA?
second mile is more of the first.
Excuse me?
But now will be almost too cold for you to bear, especially if you didn't turn on the heater. Do so now, or you might freeze to death before getting far. The third mile is when silhouetted figures will start to appear in the trees.
I already know what this is gonna be. It's the 11 Rings of Hell. I already know that.
Not look directly at them. They might
Limbo, lust, gluttony, greed, anger, heresy, violence, fraud. Is it 8 or 9 circles? Oh, it'd be similar to that. It's missing 3. Because it's missing the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th. Wow.
They might look human, but I can assure you that they are not. Instead, keep your eyes on the road. The fourth mile is when the voices will begin. You can hear them calling your name or whispering your desire. Ignore them. They just want to distract you from finishing the ritual. On the fifth mile, you may experience a clearing with a lake, and the moon may start to glow. Do not look at them and continue on. Keep your eyes glued to the road, as it's the only protection from them.
Okay.
On the sixth mile is where the trees will return. This mile is the halfway point, but it's also when most surrender or lose.
Okay.
The night sky will now be devoid of stars. It'll just be a giant black
Oh my
abyss above
god.
you.
This is what I imagine. Right. Level. imagine like this shit just happening, right? Oh, hold up. Not like that. It was actually up here, kind of like that. Like, see how there's no stars in this 3DS level? That's what I imagined. That just looks nasty.
Continue on the road. Focus on your driving. The 7th mile will have the voices returning. This time you'll likely hear them from your back seat. You need to remain calm and keep your eyes on the road.
Yeah.
Do not look behind you and do not respond to them. The 8th mile is where you'll need to slow down a bit. 30 miles was the constant speed you needed to maintain, but you need to slow a bit here. Do not stop though. You may see something moving around in the trees. It may howl. Do not let the car stop. On the 9th mile, your car will stall temporarily. You need to close your eyes and restart it as many times as it takes. Do not open your eyes. The voices will persist, and you may even feel something touch you.
Okay.
Keep driving once the car starts up. Do not open your eyes until the mile is complete. You'll know when the mile is done. Try to drive as straight as you can with your eyes closed. The 10th mile is when the voices will finally stop. Do not look in your rearview mirror at this time. You'll see the silhouettes again, and you may find them in your back seat now if you look. Seeing them gives them power. The 11th mile is when your car will finally lose power. Even though it doesn't have power, it will still continue moving. This is when you'll see a bright red light appear in the sky. Cover your eyes and do not speak during this mile. Keep your eyes covered until the car regains power and stops moving.
How do you know it regains power?
Once it
What
does,
the fuck?
Restart it and begin driving again. Then you'll find the ending of the road and the way out. Stop at the end and imagine the thing you most desire. Whatever it is will now manifest in some way. Now you're done with the 11 miles ritual. Congratulations! Your resolve got you exactly what you wanted, but what now? Your whole life you wanted this thing, but now that you have it, you want more. Well, you can always turn your car around and start the 11 miles again. I mean, you completed it the first time. I'm sure you can do it again.
That sounds horrible. Yeah, there's
Huge shout out to
bound
my
to be
Patreons.
worse and worse rituals down the road, right? Maybe like the next ones are gonna be like blood rituals or whatever. Anyhow, let's get started with this last video, and that's it. That's it for
But
tonight.
more on them later.
It's a 13-minute long video.
Hello everyone, my name is Sir Spooks, and today we'll take a look at 5 scary videos. But before we begin, make sure
I'm
to
not sleeping
subscribe
tonight.
to my channel so you don't miss any future uploads.
Keeping everything on.
Alright, let's begin.
Oh yeah, I didn't process.
For millions of people all around the world, hospitals are some of the creepiest
Yeah.
places known to mankind.
Oh,
There's
they're gonna do
just
this
something
shit now.
unsettling about them.
They're
for
gonna
so
show
many
the weird
people,
demon thing.
but it's hard to explain why. You just kind of get an uneasy feeling from being inside one. The following video was published to TikTok a little while ago by a user known as Tasmanian Tucker. In the footage, the uploader is exploring what is allegedly a haunted hospital.
Yeah.
Tucker is shown walking around the hallways of the hospital, which certainly look to be deserted and eerie.
Yeah.
As the uploader wanders around the area for a little while, they eventually come to the startling realization that they may not be as alone in there as they thought they were.
I heard something up there. I heard a voice. I heard a voice. I'm not kidding you. I heard a voice.
Yeah, that is unnerving.
I heard a voice. I heard a fucking voice.
What is that?
I heard something up there.
Somebody like at the hallway. What the hell? So that is
A strange
unnerving.
voice can be heard saying something from down the hallway before a shadow figure ultimately makes an appearance at the end
Yeah,
of
what
said
the
hallway,
fuck? That's scary.
which is where the video cuts off. What in the world was keeping Tucker company in the hospital that day? It definitely looked like a shadow figure, but if
Yeah,
so,
no, that's
why?
it's unnerving.
Did it mean to do
But
any
of course,
harm
you
to
know, I
Tucker, or
always
was it
take the
simply
position that
wandering
it is.
around just like they were?
That's eerie as
What
fuck.
do you think was going on here? Be sure to let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Did he really have to add that? There's space somewhere.
Have Have you ever been curious how it feels to immerse yourself in deep detective work? Do you have what it takes to solve a mystery? With today's sponsor, Hunter Killer, you'll
What?
be able
Oh
to
my
find
god!
out.
Did he not?
Hunter Killer
What?
is a
What?
mystery entertainment brand which produces immersive narratives.
Shit, that's 3 minutes. That's a minute.
This next entry comes to us from a TikTok user named
Benedetta
Benedetta Cariani.
Cariani.
In the footage, we can see a swing on a playground somehow moving all by itself, while the swing beside it doesn't move at all. Now that in and of itself is a little bit
Yeah, it's a little bit
creepy, but it's
suspicious.
what is going on behind that in the bush that's even more chilling. Take a look.
Is that a face? I was gonna say, look, the flowers down there look like a face. That's... Right there. But yeah, that up there, I don't know what that is. I just can't make it out. It's a gremlin.
It may be a bit hard to see, but if you look just carefully enough, you should be able to make out what appears to be a creepy face from behind the bush.
Yeah.
Because of its distinct appearance,
Yeah.
many viewers are led to believe that this is none other than the infamous Rake. The Rake is a popular creepypasta character that has a distinctive
not the
lanky
Rake.
appearance and pale white skin. And by all accounts, that's definitely what the creature in this footage looks like. So, of course, this begs the question, was this person able to film videographic evidence of the
No.
Rake's existence that day?
Hmm.
Either way, this is one video that will cause you to sleep with the covers pulled over your head tonight.
Yeah. Sure. Weird.
This next
Ooh, what's
one
this
comes
one?
to us from a popular Japanese paranormal investigation channel run by Kuro and Shiro. Throughout their time on the internet, the two have explored some seriously chilling locations. But this video, published on June
Oh, it's
26,
beautiful.
2022,
Is that the
may
Redwood
be one
Forest
of the
here, or is this
creepiest
some other forest?
explorations to date. The video in question shows the two of them exploring a haunted house somewhere in Japan. It's clear that the place has
Oh,
a
it
certain
wasn't
aura
Redwood,
to
right?
it
It was a
that
different.
doesn't feel right to either Kuro or Shiro. But despite this, the two press on and continue with their investigation. However, as you can probably guess, it doesn't take too long for the two of them to find themselves in the middle of something genuinely terrifying. Take a look at this.
That is scary. Math, huh? Okay, dude. Uh-huh. Okay. This is cool though. Either ways, however he pulled it off.
A ghostly hand touches Shiro on his shoulder.
Oh.
Afterwards,
Bunches.
a strange appearance of a ghost can be seen in the reflection of the mirror, followed by an unsettling sound coming from nearby. Despite all this happening relatively quickly,
No, it is
Kuro and
unnerving,
Shiro
but like,
press on. That may have been a mistake, because just 2 or so minutes later,
It's
some
so
other chilling
cold.
things happened to the two men
Turn this shit
that
off,
they could have never prepared for.
3時になるんだけど、そういうのが関係して、ちょっと待って、そういうのが関係
gonna pop up.
To this day, neither of the two men know for sure what it was they saw exactly that day. But it definitely seems as if they were right in the middle of something terrifying.
Right?
It's just a good thing they got out when they
I
did.
love how the
Or else,
apartment
who
or
knows
house
what
looks
kind of
like.
terrible things could have happened to them.
It looks so modern. What the fuck? Not the premise. It's like, it just defies the premise of like a haunting. You know what I mean? Like where a location where a haunting occurs, how it should look like or how it should be, right? Número 2.
Lots of people around the world take babysitting jobs as a way to make some extra
Yeah.
money on the side in order to pay for
My
some
mom was one of
bills.
those people.
Not too many people actually enjoy doing it, but it makes for some solid money if you're in a bind. A man on TikTok named Tanner Shelton found himself the babysitter of a couple of kids one night. But unfortunately, he also found himself in the middle of something genuinely unnerving. In this first video,
Yeah.
Tanner explains that it's currently 10:30 at night and he has put the kids in bed. And that's when he
Oh, that's
started to hear some
late.
laughter coming from
Guys,
somewhere in the
doing
house.
babysitting bad.
Tanner
I'm
says that he
kidding.
got a little bit mad
No,
because it was
it
the
is
third
late,
time
though.
he
You
told
should
one
just
of the children that he needed to go to bed because he has to wake up early to go to school in the morning. However, Tanner got a little weirded out when he realized that the noises were coming from the baby's room. He checked the baby monitor and was absolutely appalled to see this.
Yeah. Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
In the follow-up video, Tanner says he immediately ran upstairs to go check on the baby, and thankfully it was completely fine. This video may just seem like a quick update video and nothing
Yeah.
more, but take a look behind Tanner and see if you notice anything unusual.
Oh, I kept on hearing Tanner.
All right, here's an
He's saying
update on
Tanner.
my last TikTok. Okay, so I ran
Oh,
upstairs
is it
to check
Tanner?
on the baby, and she was fine.
No,
I didn't
Tanner.
tell the parents because I didn't want them to think I was crazy.
They're
And
hearing
I'm not
Tanner.
a superstitious person, but ever since then, I felt off.
Oh my god. The Phantasma. Oh my god.
In a third video, Tanner says that after a few days after the first video was published, he says that the parents called him and told him something had happened to the baby. He then showed them the video, and it ended up being on the news, with reporters believing a person abducted the baby. However, Tanner says that he can't help but feel as if this whole incident was supernatural in nature. What do you make of these creepy videos? Do you think this was a spirit or something else entirely?
Shut the fuck up.
Be sure to let me know your thoughts in
True,
the comment
holy
section down
shit.
below.
That's tragic. Because that, honestly, that looked like a guy. That looked like a guy,
Reddit
straight
user
up. It
posted
didn't
the
look like a
following
ghost.
strange video to the internet that seems to capture something legitimately bizarre outside his dad's workplace, courtesy of a piece of security camera footage. The footage initially appears to be relatively normal in nature, but it doesn't take long at all for this quite mundane and ordinary video to take a seriously strange and eerie turn. Take a look.
Just push the button. What? Is that clear? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. There we go. Of course. Also, what the fuck is that? It looks like a fucking dog or something. But it's like a
All of a
person or
sudden,
something,
a
like a
strange
ghoul.
apparition, or perhaps even two apparitions,
Yeah.
can be seen walking in the road directly in
One
front
of them
of the
looks like a
security camera,
ghoul, just like
walking
Donkey
in a
Kong
strange
walking.
and unsettling manner, which seems to be the consensus for commenters as well. As for what exactly these entities are is anybody's guess, but it's clear that there is definitely something there. To this day, this video has not been given any concrete explanations, which just makes things even stranger.
Yeah, there's definition there,
The
and then I
likelihood
get
of this
close.
video ever
What
being
was up with
solved
the
is
other
quite
finger?
low,
What?
unfortunately, but we can always hope for an answer one day. Either way, this
Why
is
is there
still a
definition
creepy
now?
video
What?
that won't be forgotten anytime soon.
Oh, because it was like that. Okay.
And that was 5 scary videos. I
Anyhow,
hope you enjoyed the
this is a
video,
short
and if
Halloween
you did,
stream, right?
then subscribe for more
It's already
scary content.
Halloween day today. Oh,
My
thank
name
you
is
all so much for coming
and I'll
by.
see you
30
all
minutes into
in the
Halloween
next
day.
video.
So I'll see you all later. It's actually not Halloween night. You can argue it is, but like it's 12:37 now. So unfortunately, I would love to stay live, but I can't. Alright. So then I'll see you all later. So good night, whatever it is. I do have school tomorrow, unfortunately, but you know, there's that. So good night, whatever it is, and yeah, bye everybody. Bye. And happy Halloween, and stay safe, stay everything right. And yeah, bye. And sorry for the low energy. It's just I have an essay due tomorrow, I have a presentation due tomorrow, and I have to end early, you know. So yeah, I'll see you later. Bye everybody. Good night.